Greetings, warriors and dreamers. Welcome to the realms of sleep, where tonight we journey through the epic world of God of War. I am your guide through the 9 realms, where ancient gods whisper their secrets and mythic landscapes unfold before us. From the frost-covered mountains of Midgard to the golden halls of Asgard, these tales of gods and giants will carry you into peaceful slumber. Lay down your weapons, rest your weary head, and allow the legends of these powerful beings to become the landscape of your dreams. The battles have been fought, and now is the time for rest. So close your eyes, brave one. Let the fire of the hearth warm you as we begin our journey through realms both wondrous and dangerous. Twilight settled over Vanaheim like gentle hands drawing a blanket across the sky. Atreus walked alone through forests unknown to most mortals, his bow slung across his back and his footsteps nearly silent on the moss-covered ground. The air smelled of pine and something sweeter, night-blooming flowers opening their petals to welcome the first stars. It had been 3 days since he'd separated from his father. A planned divergence in their journey meant to gather information from different sources before reuniting at the edge of the realm. The separation had been Mimir's suggestion, surprisingly supported by Kratos after initial reluctance. The boy must learn to navigate unfamiliar territory alone, his father had said, voice gruff but tinged with what Atreus had come to recognize as concealed pride. And the Vanir forests respond differently to different bloodlines. This acknowledgement of Atreus's Jotnar heritage, inherited from his mother Faye, had become more frequent as their journeys progressed, a subtle shift from the days when his father had seemed almost reluctant to discuss his mixed lineage. Mimir, still serving as their advisor despite being reduced to a reanimated head, had provided what guidance he could before Atreus departed. The deeper reaches of Vanaheim operate by different rules than the outskirts we've explored together, the former advisor to Odin had explained. Time flows inconsistently there, and directions become suggestions rather than absolutes. Trust your instincts more than your eyes, lad. Kratos will be fine, Atreus reassured himself, though no concern for his father's safety truly troubled him. The god of war needed no protection. That much had been proven countless times. Rather, Atreus found the silence around him unusually complete without his father's deep voice, or Mimir's constant chatter. Here in the deepening dusk, with only forest sounds for company, he felt both the freedom and the weight of solitude. The journey so far had been surprisingly peaceful. Unlike their previous ventures through hostile territories, swarming with Draugr, revenants, or other dangers, this region of Vanaheim seemed almost deliberately serene. Atreus had encountered few creatures larger than rabbits and birds, though occasionally he glimpsed what appeared to be deer with phosphorescent antlers, watching him from distances too great for proper identification. These gentle encounters felt like acknowledgement rather than threat, recognition of his passage, without judgment or alarm. He'd made good use of the quiet travel time, practicing techniques his father had taught him for maintaining awareness while conserving energy. Walking for hours without tiring, observing without fixating, remaining alert without tension. These skills had developed gradually over their many journeys together, transforming Atreus from the easily exhausted boy who had begun their first expedition to the young man who now navigated unfamiliar territory with growing confidence. As he walked, Atreus occasionally paused to note landmarks in a small journal tucked securely at his belt, another habit learned from Faye, who had always kept careful record of her explorations. These notes weren't merely practical documentation, but a way of processing observations, connecting patterns that might otherwise remain scattered impressions. Yesterday he'd noticed how certain trees leaned consistently toward what should have been west, despite wind patterns suggesting they should bend northward. Today he'd observed birds flying in formations that seemed too deliberate for natural behavior, their movements resembling runes momentarily sketched against the sky before dispersing. The boy, no, young man now, paused at a ridge overlooking a valley carpeted in silver-blue vegetation that seemed to capture and hold the fading twilight. Vanaheim's forests differed from those near their cavern. Here the trees grew taller, their canopies spreading wider, their trunks adorned with luminescent fungi that began to glow as darkness descended. Unlike the harsh winters of their home, this realm maintained a perpetual state between spring and summer, the air warm enough for comfort, yet cool enough to keep a traveler alert. Atreus consulted the rough map Freya had reluctantly provided, a peace offering of sorts, though the truce between the former Queen of the Valkyries and Kratos remained fragile at best. The parchment showed markings for a sacred site nearby, described only as the garden where stars rest. According to Freya, it contained knowledge about the connections between realms that might prove useful in their ongoing efforts to understand the changes coming to the Nine Realms. Should be just ahead, Atreus murmured, orienting himself by the twin peaks visible against the darkening sky. He folded the map carefully and continued his descent into the valley, where mist had begun to gather between the trees like spun silver. The light from the fungi illuminated his path in soft blue patches, creating the impression that he walked upon stars fallen to earth. As he ventured deeper into the valley, Atreus noted subtle changes in his surroundings. The trees grew more deliberately spaced, their arrangement suggesting intention rather than natural growth. Flowers bloomed in circular patterns around certain trees, their colors shifting subtly as he passed. Most tellingly, the random scatter of rocks had given way to purposefully placed stones, not quite a path, but suggestive of one, as if encouraging certain directions of travel without demanding them. The air grew warmer despite the approaching evening, carrying scents that reminded Atreus of his mother's garden, earthy and floral, with underlying notes of something ancient and immutable. He noticed small pools of water appearing more frequently, their surfaces perfectly still and reflective, like polished silver mirrors. When he glanced into one such pool, his reflection looked back with an expression slightly different from what he felt on his own face. More serene, perhaps, or wiser than his years would suggest. Bird songs changed as well, transitioning from the familiar calls of forest dwellers to more complex melodies that seemed almost conversational in their patterns. Occasionally these songs would pause as he passed, resuming with subtle variations once he'd moved beyond, as if commenting on his presence, or perhaps sharing observations about this visitor with others beyond his perception. Most remarkable were the mushrooms that appeared in increasing numbers, their caps glowing with colors that shifted according to no pattern Atreus could discern. Some reached nearly to his waist, forming circles that reminded him of stories Mimiri had shared about fairy rings in other realms. Unlike the potentially dangerous growth found in more ominous territories, these fungi emanated a sense of benevolent awareness, their glow brightening slightly whenever he approached, as if acknowledging his presence with gentle welcome. "Definitely getting close," he whispered, instinctively lowering his voice though no other person walked nearby. Something about the arrangement of trees and stones suggested reverence was appropriate, a quality of sacred space that transcended specific religious traditions. Kratos had taught him to recognize such places, not to worship them, but to respect the power that often resided in locations where the natural world thinned between realms. The mist thickened as Atreus continued forward, swirling around his ankles and occasionally forming shapes that might have been figures dancing just at the edge of vision. He maintained steady progress, guided by intuition as much as by landmarks now, until the mist parted suddenly to reveal a perfect circular glade, ringed with silver-leafed trees, unlike any he had seen before in Vanaheim. Atreus stopped at the threshold, breath catching in his throat. At the center of the glade lay a pool perhaps 20 feet across, its surface perfectly still, yet somehow giving the impression of gentle movement. The water glowed with soft blue-white light that seemed to come from depths far greater than the pool's size should allow. Around this luminous water, concentric circles of stone created a series of winding paths between carefully tended gardens, where plants of incredible delicacy and beauty grew. "The moon well," Atreus whispered, recognizing the place from fragments of stories Mimir had shared during their travels. These rare pools were said to be tears shed by the moon itself, collected in sacred bowls crafted by the Vanya in the first days of creation. Their waters contained memories and dreams, preserved like insects in amber, accessible to those who knew how to listen properly. Silver petals drifted lazily through the air, detaching from the surrounding trees to spiral downward in patterns too deliberate to be caused by mere wind. As Atreus watched, several petals landed on the moonwell's surface, but instead of floating, they seemed to dissolve into the water, releasing small bursts of light like tiny stars being born. He hesitated at the edge of the glade, remembering Freya's warning. The garden responds to intent, not footsteps. Enter with turmoil in your heart and you will find only confusion. Enter with clarity and the paths will reveal themselves. At the time, he had dismissed this as typically cryptic Vanir advice, but standing before the moonwell's glow, he sensed truth in her words. Atreus closed his eyes briefly, centering himself as Kratos had taught him. He focused on his breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth, until the excitement of discovery settled into appreciation. When he opened his eyes and stepped into the glade, the silver leaves above him rustled in what sounded remarkably like welcome. The closest path consisted of flat white stones arranged in a winding pattern leading toward the moonwell. As Atreus set foot on the first stone, he noticed how it seemed to brighten slightly beneath his step. The next stone did the same, creating the impression that the path itself responded to his presence, illuminating just enough to guide without overwhelming the garden's natural ambience. As he followed the brightening stones, Atreus observed the gardens between the paths more closely. Plants he had never seen before grew in careful arrangements, their forms suggesting both aesthetic and practical considerations. Some bore fruits that glowed like miniature moons. Others displayed blossoms that opened and closed in sequence as he passed, as if tracking his movement. Still, others seemed composed entirely of light given physical form, their translucent leaves revealing intricate patterns of luminous veins. The path curved gently, leading not directly to the moonwell, but around it in a gradually narrowing spiral. Atreus realized the design intended for visitors to experience the entire garden before reaching the central pool, each section apparently dedicated to different aspects of Vanir knowledge and history. In one section, plants grew in formations that clearly represented constellations. In another, flowers bloomed in color patterns that suggested seasonal cycles. A third contained what appeared to be a living calendar, with different plants marking specific celestial events through their growth patterns and flowering time. It's a library, Atreus realized, remembering how Mimir had explained that the Vanir rarely recorded their knowledge in books or scrolls. Instead, they encoded wisdom into living things, plants, animals, landscapes themselves, creating repositories of knowledge that remain dynamic rather than static, evolving alongside the people who tended them. As he rounded a curve in the path, Atreus noticed a soft glow that didn't come from the plants or stones. Hovering just above a particularly beautiful arrangement of silver-poop flowers was a small orb of light, no larger than his palm, pulsing gently with a pearlescent luminescence. As he approached, the orb drifted slightly higher, maintaining distance while clearly acknowledging his presence. "Hello," Atreus said quietly, stopping a respectful distance away. "I mean no harm to this place." The orb pulsed more intensely for a moment, then expanded slightly before contracting again. No words were spoken, yet Atreus distinctly felt an impression of curiosity directed toward him. Simultaneously, the light shifted color slightly, taking on a questioning bluish tint. A moonshade wisp, he identified, remembering Mimir's descriptions of the mysterious beings that sometimes served as guardians for Vanir's sacred sites. Neither truly alive in the conventional sense, nor simply magical constructs, wisps existed as concentrations of intention and awareness, capable of complex communication despite lacking physical forms for speech. The wisp drifted closer, circling Atreus once before moving ahead along the path, its light dimming and brightening in a pattern that clearly invited him to follow. He did so, noting how the garden around him seemed to respond to the wisp's presence, flowers turning toward it like miniature suns, luminous fruits glowing more intensely as it passed. "Are you the guardian here?" Atreus asked as he followed, not expecting words in response, but knowing the wisp would understand his meaning. The light pulsed once, affirmative, then shifted to a more complex pattern of colors that conveyed concepts rather than simple yes or no. Atreus received impressions of tending, welcoming, preserving, all blended into a role more nuanced than mere guarding. The wisp didn't simply protect the garden from intruders, it maintained the garden's purpose as a place of communion between visitors and knowledge. Guided by the wisp, Atreus continued along the stone path as it wound through increasingly elaborate sections of the garden. In one area, plants grew in formations that depicted historical events, a living tapestry of Vanir history expressed through carefully arranged vegetation. In another, flowers released harmonious tones when their petals caught the breeze, creating subtle music that changed as he walked past. As they progressed deeper into the garden, Atreus noticed how the light from the moonwell seemed to follow specific channels through the ground beneath the paths, creating an intricate network of illumination that connected all parts of the garden to its central source. These channels pulsed with gentle rhythm that matched his own heartbeat when he walked in harmony with the garden's flow, but quickened or slowed when his pace fell out of alignment with the space's natural cadence. "The garden breathes," he murmured, recognizing patterns similar to what his mother had described in her teachings about living spaces, how certain locations possessed their own rhythms that responsive travelers could synchronize with for mutual benefit. Faye had shown him how to identify such places near their home, though none had demonstrated rhythms as distinct as what he felt here. The wisp bobbed slightly in what appeared to be confirmation, its light momentarily intensifying before resuming its previous gentle glow. It continued leading him through sections of increasing complexity, gardens where plants responded to shadow patterns by changing color, areas where minute atmospheric shifts triggered cascades of sequential blossoming, spaces where growth patterns formed equations describing celestial movements too complex for conventional notation. Throughout it all, the moonwell remained visible at the center, its glow seemingly brighter now that night had fully claimed the sky above. Stars appeared in the gaps between silver-leaved branches, their light mingling with the pool's radiance to create an environment where boundaries between earth and sky, water and air, seemed less definite than in the world outside. The wisp led Atreus to a small clearing adjacent to the main spiral path, where a semicircle of stone seats faced a vertical slab of pale marble veined with silver. The slab stood empty, its surface smooth and reflective in the moonwell's light, yet something about its positioning suggested it served as a focal point for this area. When Atreus glanced questioningly at the wisp, it pulsed in colors that conveyed patience and expectation. He understood that something was meant to happen here, though what exactly remained unclear. Taking the implicit invitation, he seated himself on the central stone, facing the marble slab. For several moments, nothing changed. The marble remained blank, the garden continued its subtle movements around him, and the wisp hovered nearby, its light steady and encouraging. Atreus fought a rising sense of impatience, a trait inherited from his father that occasionally undermined his natural curiosity and observational skills. "What am I supposed to see?" he finally asked, unable to contain his frustration. The moment the words left his mouth, Atreus noticed something strange. The path he had followed to reach this spot seemed to shift, its stones rearranging themselves subtly until they formed a perfect circle rather than continuing toward the moonwell. He stood and walked to the path's edge, only to discover that following it would simply lead him back to where he now stood. The wisp pulsed with gentle admonishment, its colors suggesting that his impatience had altered the garden's response to him. Atreus remembered Freya's warning about the garden responding to intent rather than footsteps. His momentary frustration had manifested physically, creating a loop from which progress seemed impossible. "I understand," he said, both to the wisp and to himself. "The garden changes with my thoughts." The wisp brightened in affirmation, then drifted back toward the stone seat, clearly suggesting he try again with a different approach. Atreus returned to the seat, contemplating how to proceed. Kratos had often emphasized the importance of patience and observation, waiting for the right moment rather than forcing situations through sheer determination. Closing his eyes, Atreus focused on calming his mind, letting go of expectations about what should happen or when. He thought of the still surface of the moonwell, of the gentle drift of silver petals, of the steady rhythm of his own breathing. Gradually, he felt something shift within and around him. Not the garden's physical configuration this time, but a more subtle alignment between his awareness and the place itself. When he opened his eyes again, the marble slab before him had changed. Moonlight from above and the moonwell's glow from behind converged on its surface, revealing intricate patterns that hadn't been visible before. These patterns slowly coalesced into recognizable images, figures, landscapes, symbols, like a story being written in light upon the stone. The wisp drifted closer to Atreus, its colors shifting to convey satisfaction and encouragement. He leaned forward, studying the images as they formed more completely. A tale was unfolding before him, though portions of it seemed missing or faded, requiring him to intuit connections between the visible segments. The story began with an image of a young Vanir woman gathering water from what appeared to be the very moonwell where Atreus now sat. As she collected the luminous liquid in a silver vessel, her reflection in the water showed not her own face, but that of a much older woman, a glimpse of her future self that startled her into nearly dropping the vessel. The next image showed the same woman traveling through landscapes Atreus recognized from his journey through Vanaheim, valleys and forests similar to those he had traversed to reach the garden. She carried the vessel of moonwell water carefully, using it occasionally to water plants that then grew with extraordinary vitality and beauty. A gap appeared in the narrative here, a section where the light failed to reveal clear images. Atreus sensed this wasn't a flaw in the marble or the light, but an intentional omission, a part of the story he was meant to discover through his own intuition rather than direct showing. The tale resumed with the woman, now visibly older, standing before a gathering of Vanir in what appeared to be a time of crisis. Darkness encroached around the edges of the scene, and many of the gathered figures showed signs of injury or distress. The woman raised the vessel, now only half hell of the luminous water, as if offering it as solution to whatever calamity had befallen her people. Another gap followed, larger than the first, leaving Etrion uncertain about the outcome of this critical moment. When the images resumed, they showed the garden itself taking form. Trees being planted, stones arranged, the moonwell established, or perhaps renewed. The woman, now in the winter of her life, appeared to be directing these efforts, though many hands joined in the creation. The final image showed the garden complete, with the old woman seated beside the moonwell. From her hands rose the first moonshade wisp, the very being Atreus suspected that now hovered beside him. As the wisp formed, the woman herself seemed to fade, becoming translucent and eventually merging with the garden itself, her essence becoming part of the place she had created. As the last image faded, leaving the marble slab blank once more, Atreus sat in thoughtful silence. The tale was beautiful but incomplete, the missing sections creating questions that lingered in his mind. He turned to the wisp, which had remained nearby throughout the viewing. "What happened during the gaps?" he asked. "Why isn't the whole story shown?" The wisp's colors shifted to suggest that the missing portions were not lost but protected, accessible only to those who could attune themselves deeply enough to the garden's essence. The impression Atreus received wasn't one of secrecy for its own sake, but rather of wisdom that could only be fully understood through personal realization rather than passive observation. The concept reminded him of how his father taught combat skills. Certain techniques couldn't be properly learned through demonstration alone, but required direct experience to truly comprehend. Show, don't tell, had been Kratos' approach, often placing Atreus in controlled situations where he needed to discover solutions rather than simply following instructions. Those lessons had occasionally frustrated the younger Atreides, eager for direct answers, but he'd gradually recognized the wisdom in this approach as discovered knowledge became integrated understanding rather than merely memorized information. "So I need to experience it rather than just see it," Atreus murmured, the wisp brightening in confirmation. This approach felt distinctly Vanir in its philosophy. Their magic had always emphasized harmonious interaction with natural forces, rather than the domination frequently practiced by the Aesir, where Odin sought to possess knowledge controlling it through runes and bindings. The Vanir traditionally became vassals for wisdom, allowing it to flow through them rather than attempting to contain it. The garden itself embodied this philosophical difference. Unlike the rigid hierarchical structures favored by Aesir architecture, designed to impress and intimidate through scale and grandeur, this space invited participation and discovery through its very design. It didn't present knowledge as absolute truth to be accepted, but as living possibility to be engaged with personally. Atreus thought of his mother again, how she had maintained this balance in her teachings, providing structure while allowing him space to discover, offering guidance without imposing limitations. Though raised among the Jotnar rather than the Vanir, Fae had shared their reverence for wisdom that transformed, rather than information that merely accumulated. Understanding dawned gradually. "I need to connect with the garden more deeply to see the rest," he murmured. The wisp brightened in affirmation. Atreus considered how to proceed. His initial approach of simply waiting and watching had revealed part of the story, but clearly something more active was required to access its hidden portions. He thought of his father's teachings about meditation, not merely quieting the mind, but actively directing awareness in specific ways to achieve particular states of consciousness. With new purpose, he closed his eyes again, but this time, instead of emptying his mind of thoughts, he focused intently on the story he had witnessed. He visualized the Vanir woman, imagined the weight of the silver vessel in his own hands, felt the cool touch of the moonwell water, sensed the responsibility of carrying something so precious across long distances. As his concentration deepened, Atreus became aware of subtle sounds around him. The gentle chime of wind through crystalline flowers nearby, the soft lapping of the moonwell against its stone basin, the whisper of silver leaves overhead. These sounds gradually organized themselves into patterns that felt meaningful, though not in any language he consciously understood. When he opened his eyes, the world had changed. The garden remained physically the same, but his perception of it had transformed. Colors appeared more vivid, the movements of plants more deliberate, the patterns of light and shadow more significant. Most notably, faint translucent figures moved among the gardens. Not fully manifested spirits, but impressions of past presences, memories preserved in the fabric of the place itself. The marble slab now glowed more intensely, and when Atreus focused on it, new images formed, filling precisely the gaps that had existed in the previous telling. The first missing segment showed what had happened after the woman received the glimpse of her future self in the moonwell's reflection. Rather than being frightened by this vision, she had sought understanding through communing with the well, placing her hands upon its surface and receiving knowledge that set her on the path shown in subsequent images. The water she gathered wasn't taken merely for its power, but with permission and purpose, to preserve the moonwell's essence during a time of coming darkness. Her journey through Vanaheim involved creating safe havens, small gardens that would preserve fragments of Vanir wisdom should the worst come to pass. The second, larger gap revealed the nature of the crisis that had befallen the Vanir. A great drought had come to Vanaheim, one that withered even the most robust enchanted plants, and threatened the realm's fundamental connection to natural magic. The darkness Atreus had seen encroaching represented not an enemy attack, but the desperate fear that had taken hold as the Vanir faced the unprecedented failure of their deepest connections to the natural world. The woman's offering of the moonwell water hadn't been a simple gesture, but the culmination of careful preparation. She had discovered that the water, properly used, could restore the broken connections between the Vanir and their realm's innate magic, but the restoration required sacrifice, specifically the gradual surrender of her own life force to catalyze the healing process. The final gap showed her decision to transform the garden into a living repository of knowledge, a place where future generations could rediscover what might otherwise be lost during difficult times. Her merging with the garden and creation of the first wisp hadn't been merely symbolic, but a literal transference of consciousness into a new form of existence, becoming the garden's guiding awareness, rather than simply passing from life. As the completed story faded from the marble, Atreus felt a profound sense of connection, not just to the tale itself, but to the garden around him, and, by extension, to Vanaheim as a whole. He understood now that the garden existed not merely as a place of beauty or even knowledge, but as a living testament to sacrifice made in service of continuity, wisdom preserved through transformation rather than mere recording. She became the garden, he said softly, looking at the wisp with new understanding. Or part of it, at least. And you're an extension of her awareness, aren't you? The wisp pulsed in a complex pattern that confirmed his insight while suggesting the reality was both simpler and more complicated than human language could easily express. The woman's consciousness had indeed merged with the garden, but that merging represented evolution rather than ending, becoming something greater rather than ceasing to be herself. With this deeper understanding established, the path that had previously formed a closed loop now unfolded once more, continuing its spiral toward the moonwell at the garden's center. The wisp drifted ahead, clearly indicating that Atreides had earned the right to approach the well itself. As he followed the now illuminated path, Atreus reflected on how the garden's lesson mirrored much of what his father had tried to teach him about patience and perception. Kratos often emphasized that understanding came not from demanding answers, but from developing the capacity to recognize them when they appeared. A philosophy the garden embodied in its very design. The trees around him seemed to lean closer as he passed, their silver leaves rustling in patterns too consistent for random wind. Occasionally a leaf would detach and spiral downward to land precisely in his path, dissolving into momentary illumination beneath his next step. These subtle acknowledgments created the impression of conversation without words, the garden responding to his growing attunement with increasing receptivity. Flowers along the path bloomed in sequence as he approached, their petals opening to reveal luminous centers that pulsed briefly before closing again after he passed. These blossoms released scents that triggered fleeting memories. His mother's garden after spring rain, mountain herbs gathered during expeditions with Kratos, evening fires where Mimir shared stories of ancient times. The associations felt deliberately evoked rather than random recollection, as if the garden sought connection through personal experience rather than abstract concept. The path finally reached the edge of the moonwell, completing its spiral journey at the garden's heart. Up close, the pool proved even more extraordinary than it had appeared from a distance. Its surface remained perfectly still, yet gave the impression of constant motion beneath, like thoughts flowing beneath the calm face of deep meditation. The blue-white light emanated not just from the water, but seemed to exist within it, illuminating from within rather than reflecting from without. Small, delicate plants grew around the well's stone rim, their roots extending down to touch the luminous water. These plants bore tiny flowers that opened and closed in patterns, suggesting communication rather than random movement. The stone basin itself was inscribed with runes that shifted positions when not directly observed, rearranging themselves into new configurations that altered their meaning in subtle but significant ways. The wisp hovered at the pool's edge, its light reflecting on the water's surface to create patterns of increasing complexity. Through these patterns, Atreus received an invitation, not expressed in words but in impressions of possibility and offering. He was being asked if he wished to commune directly with the moonwell, to experience rather than merely observe its nature. Atreus hesitated briefly, remembering his father's frequent warnings about interacting with unknown magical forces. But this place felt different from the potentially malevolent enchantments they had encountered elsewhere. The garden had tested him not to bar his way but to prepare him for this moment, ensuring he approached with appropriate awareness and respect. With decision made, he knelt at the moonwell's edge and, following the impression received from the wisp, placed his hands gently upon the water's surface. Despite appearing liquid, the luminous substance felt more like cool mist solidified, yielding yet supportive, allowing his hands to rest upon it without breaking through. The sensation reminded him fleetingly of the rare moments when his father had shown him how to feel the world beyond physical perception, how to sense the intentions behind an opponent's movements rather than merely watching their body, how to recognize patterns in seemingly random events, how to distinguish between genuine threats and illusory dangers. Those lessons had always begun with physical stillness paired with mental alertness, creating receptivity that transcended ordinary observation. As his hands settled more fully onto the moonwell's surface, he noticed how the luminous patterns beneath shifted in response, not randomly, but in ways that seemed intentionally communicative, like a language composed of light and motion rather than sounds or symbols. These patterns flowed up through his palms, along his arms, and gradually throughout his entire body, creating tingling awareness that felt both foreign and strangely familiar, as if awakening something that had always existed within him but had remained dormant until this moment. The moment contact was established, Atreus felt a profound shift in his awareness. His physical senses remained active. He could still see the garden around him, feel the cool stone beneath his knees, hear the subtle sounds of night creatures beyond the silver trees. But another layer of perception opened simultaneously, showing him the same environment from entirely different perspective. This expanded awareness reminded him of what he'd experienced during rare moments of perfect synchronization with his bow. Those instances when target and archer and arrow seemed to exist not as separate entities, but as connected points within unified action. His mother had called these moments true sight, when perception transcended ordinary boundaries between observer and observed. But where those experiences had been fleeting and focused primarily on the relationship between hunter and prey, this connection through the moonwell offered vastly expanded scope and duration. He saw the garden as the wisp perceived it, a living network of intentions and connections rather than merely physical plants and stones. He glimpsed it through the awareness of the plants themselves. Slow, patient existence, measured in seasons rather than moments. Communication conducted through root systems and shared nutrients rather than words or gestures. Most significantly, he sensed the presence that pervaded the entire garden, the consciousness of the woman from the story, transformed but not diminished by her merger with this place. Her awareness touched his gently, without invasion or demand, offering understanding that words could never fully convey. Through this communion, Atreus received knowledge about connections between realms that Freya had suggested he might find here. But the information came not as facts to be memorized, but as perspectives to be inhabited. Brief experiences of how reality appeared when viewed from positions between worlds, rather than firmly within any single realm. He learned that what appeared as boundaries to conventional perception were actually gradients of possibility, areas where reality remained flexible rather than fixed. The moonwell itself existed at one such nexus, explaining its extraordinary properties and the garden's unusual responsiveness to intention and thought. Most importantly, Atreus gained insight into how such connections might be navigated safely, not through force or even specific technique, but through alignment of awareness with the inherent patterns that existed in these threshold spaces. The woman who had become the garden had discovered this knowledge through her communion with the well, had preserved it through her transformation, and now shared it with those prepared to receive it. As this exchange of awareness continued, Atreus found himself thinking of his father, of Kratos' complex relationship with godhood and mortality, with power and restraint, with past actions and future possibilities. The garden's essence seemed to respond to these thoughts, offering perspectives that might help bridge the occasional distances between father and son, when their different natures led them toward different understandings. He glimpsed how his father appeared from perspectives beyond ordinary human perception, not merely as the god of war or even as a father, but as a nexus of potential futures branching outward from each decision, each restraint, each moment of growth or relapse. Through this expanded view, Atreus recognized patterns in his father's behavior previously interpreted as mere stubbornness or limitation. How Kratos' resistance to certain paths often stemmed from profound understanding of their ultimate consequences, rather than simple fear or close-mindedness. Similarly, he perceived his own developing nature with greater clarity than ever before, the unique convergence of divine lineages that created possibilities previously unknown in any realm. Not merely Greek and Jotnar heritage as simple combination, but entirely new potential, arising from their specific intersection within his individual awareness. This recognition didn't increase pride, but rather responsibility. Understanding that unique capacity carried corresponding obligation for careful development and application. The communion also revealed subtle connections between realms that conventional maps failed to capture. How certain locations in Midgard naturally aligned with specific points in other worlds, creating potential passages that required neither magical artifices nor divine intervention to traverse. These alignments shifted according to celestial patterns, explaining why some pathways functioned only during particular seasons or celestial configuration. Time passed differently during this communion. What felt like brief moments to Atreus' transformed awareness might have been minutes or hours in ordinary experience. Eventually, the connection began to gently diminish, not severed, but gradually attenuated, allowing him to return to conventional consciousness without disorientation. When Atreus finally lifted his hands from the moonwell's surface, he found the garden transformed by moonlight. True night had fully claimed Vanaheim while he communed with the well, and now Mani's full face shone directly overhead, bathing the entire glade in silver radiance that complemented the moonwell's blue-white glow. The wisp hovered nearby, its colors suggesting satisfaction and a certain wistful pleasure, as if it rarely had the opportunity to share the garden's deepest nature with visitors capable of appropriate appreciation. When Atreus stood, slightly unsteady after so long kneeling, the wisp drifted in a circle around him once, then moved toward a different path than the one he had followed to reach the well. "You want to show me something else?" Atreus asked, following as the wisp led him along this new route, one of many that radiated outward from the central pool like spokes from a wheel's hub. This path wound through a section of the garden he hadn't explored previously, where plants of extraordinary delicacy grew in formations suggesting musical notation. As he walked among them, these plants released harmonious tones that combined into melodies of surprising complexity and beauty. Atreus recognized elements of Vanir ceremonial music he had heard during their brief, peaceful interactions with that people, though these garden melodies contained subtleties absent from what he had experienced previously. Along this musical path, stone platforms occasionally appeared, their surfaces etched with depictions of dancers in various positions. When Atreus stepped on these platforms, the surrounding plants responded with specific melodic phrases, creating the impression that the path itself offered instruction in traditional Vanir movement art. the coordination of body position with specific sounds to create harmonious interaction with natural forces. Though he didn't attempt to follow these implied dance instructions, Atreus recognized their connection to combat forms Kratos had occasionally demonstrated, movements that flowed with rather than against natural forces, using gravity and momentum to achieve maximum effect with minimum exertion. The parallels suggested common understanding transcending the boundaries between art and warfare, between creation and destruction, between celebration and survival. The path ended at a small circular clearing where a single stone bench stood beneath a canopy of silver leaves. Unlike the semicircle of seats near the storytelling marble, this bench clearly invited solitary reflection. When Atreus seated himself at the wisp's suggestion, he discovered the position afforded a perfect view of both the moonwell and the star-filled sky above, creating a visual alignment between the pool's depths and the cosmos beyond. The wisp hovered before him, its colors shifting into a farewell pattern that conveyed both gratitude for his respectful approach to the garden and a gentle indication that his time here should conclude with this period of reflection. Atreus nodded understanding, and the wisp drifted upward, merging with the silver leaves overhead until its distinct form dissolved into the garden's general luminescence. Left alone in this contemplative spot, Atreus found his thoughts turning naturally to everything he had experienced and learned. The garden had offered not just information, but transformation. Subtle yet significant changes in how he perceived connections between realms, between intention and manifestation, between individual consciousness and broader awareness. He thought of how his father might react to such insights. Kratos remained skeptical of magical knowledge, preferring tangible strategies to mystical perspectives. Yet, over their years of journeying together, he had demonstrated increasing willingness to consider approaches beyond his original training and experience. Perhaps the perspectives Atreus had gained here might serve as bridges rather than barriers in their ongoing collaboration. As he sat beneath the silver canopy, Atreus became aware of a gentle rhythm pervading the garden. Not an audible sound, but a pulsation felt through the bench beneath him, through the air around him, through his own body as it relaxed into deeper attunement with this place. This rhythm matched perfectly the slow, steady breathing pattern Atreus had taught him for finding calm in chaotic situations. In this peaceful synchronization, Atreus found himself drifting towards sleep, not through exhaustion, but through the natural alignment of his consciousness with the garden's restful essence. Unlike the dangerous enchanted slumbers they had encountered in other realms, this approaching sleep felt healing and restorative, a gift offered rather than a state imposed. As his awareness began to shift toward dreams, Atreus had a final, fleeting impression of the woman from the stone tale. Not as she had appeared in those images, but as she existed now. A presence both throughout and beyond the garden, consciousness expanded rather than extinguished by transformation. In this momentary connection, he sensed approval and encouragement for the path he walked alongside his father, despite its challenges and uncertainties. With this reassurance settling into his deepest thoughts, Atreus surrendered to sleep beneath Vanaheim's starry sky, cradled in the living heart of the Moonwell Garden, where wisdom and beauty had been preserved through one woman's extraordinary choice to become something greater than herself alone could ever be. In his dreams, Atreus wandered through landscapes that blended memory with possibility. Paths he had traveled with Kratos merging seamlessly with routes yet to be discovered, familiar mountains overlooking valleys he had never seen. Throughout these dreamscapes, silver leaves occasionally drifted down from unseen branches above, each releasing gentle illumination where it touched the ground, creating stepping stones of light that guided without constraining his exploration. At certain junctures in these dreams, he encountered the wisp again, its familiar pearlescent glow offering silent guidance toward particularly significant vistas or unusual phenomena. Following these suggestions led to extraordinary experiences, witnessing cosmic patterns from perspectives impossible during waking consciousness, observing interactions between realms normally hidden from mortal perception, recognizing connections between seemingly unrelated aspects of existence that reveal deeper harmonies underlying apparent chaos. Throughout these dream journeys, Atreus maintained awareness that he slept in the Moonwell Garden, that these experiences represented neither random imagination nor ordinary dreams, but a continuation of the communion begun at the well's edge, the garden's essence, sharing understanding through imagery and experience that transcended conventional communication. Morning would find him refreshed and ready to rejoin Kratos at their designated meeting place, carrying new understanding that words might never fully capture, but that would nonetheless influence their journey in ways yet to be revealed. For now, the garden held him in peaceful slumber, its silver leaves rustling gentle lullabies as the moon continued its patient journey across the vault of stars above. As Atreus drifted deeper into peaceful slumber within the Moonwell Garden, the silver leaves continued their gentle descent, each one dissolving into the soft earth with a whisper of light. The garden's rhythms merged with his breathing, carrying his consciousness across the boundaries of realms and dreams. In this tranquil space between waking and dreaming, where one story fades and another begins to form, we leave the young godchild to his rest. The light of the Moonwell dims in our perception as we turn our attention elsewhere in the Nine Realms, to another tale waiting to be told. From the luminous waters and silver leaves of Vanaheim, our journey continues to a different sacred space, where ancient wisdom takes another form. Listen now as we follow new footsteps through the whispering forests, where the wind carries secrets and the trees remember. Our path leads to the hollow tree, where shadows hold stories and silence speaks volumes. The late afternoon sun filtered through the ancient forest canopy, casting dappled shadows across the moss-covered ground where Atreus walked. He had ventured farther than usual from their cabin, following the trail of a strange bird whose iridescent feathers had caught his eye. The hunting expedition had yielded no quarry, but his curiosity remained undimmed as he navigated the increasingly unfamiliar woodland. Unlike his father, who valued the forest primarily for its resources and strategic advantages, Atreus found himself drawn to its mysteries and stories. The hidden knowledge contained in its ancient growth rings and weathered bark. As the light began to soften toward evening, he crested a small rise and paused, listening to the subtle shifting of the forest sounds around him. The day creatures were quieting, while the night dwellers had not yet fully awakened, creating a rare moment of relative silence that seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. It was during this pause that Atreus noticed something unusual about the densely wooded hollow below him. A faint, golden glow emanating from what appeared to be an enormous tree at its center. Intrigued, he descended carefully into the hollow, bow ready though he sensed no immediate danger. His instincts, honed by months of hunting alongside his father, detected no threat, only an ancient presence that radiated something like patience. Drawing closer, he discovered that the massive oak tree, wider than 3 men standing, with arms outstretched, had been hollowed over centuries, creating a chamber large enough for someone to sit comfortably inside. The inner walls of this natural sanctuary glowed with a faint golden light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of breathing. Surrounding the hollow's entrance were intricate patterns carved into the bark, symbols that resembled neither Norse runes nor the Jotnar script his mother had taught him, yet somehow familiar in their flowing forms. They spiraled outward from the opening like frozen ripples in water, each curve and line precisely placed with evident purpose beyond mere decoration. "Strange," he murmured, fingers hovering near but not touching the carvings. "These look old, older than any markings we've found before." The wind shifted, rustling through the canopy above, and for a moment, Atreus could have sworn he heard words carried on the breeze, not distinct enough to understand, but unmistakably speech rather than natural forest sounds. He tilted his head, listening intently as the whisper faded before he could grasp its meaning. "Hello," he called softly, mindful of attracting unwanted attention from the more dangerous denizens of the forest. "Is someone there?" No response came beyond the natural sounds of the woodland preparing for evening. Birds settling for the night, small creatures rustling in the underbrush, leaves sighing against one another in the gentle breeze. Yet the sense of being in the presence of something ancient and aware remained, intensifying rather than diminishing as he continued his examination of the hollow tree. The entrance to the hollow was roughly oval-shaped, wide enough for even someone of his father's substantial build to enter without difficulty. Inside, the floor was covered with a carpet of soft moss that glowed with faint bioluminescence, providing the golden light he had observed from outside. The inner walls were smooth, as if polished by countless hands over centuries, and bore similar markings to those outside, though these appeared to spiral upward toward the opening above, where branches spread outward like protective arms. Atreus hesitated at the threshold, remembering his father's frequent warnings about unknown magical phenomena. Kratos approached all such discoveries with deep suspicion, born of bitter experience, a caution that had kept them alive through numerous encounters with the more hostile aspects of the Nine Realms. Yet something about this place felt different, not threatening but inviting, as if it had been waiting specifically for him. Just a quick look, he promised himself, carefully stepping inside the hollow space. The moment he crossed the threshold, the whispers intensified, still indistinct but unquestionably present, seeming to emanate from the very walls surrounding him. The sound reminded him of conversations heard from another room, words muffled, yet carrying emotional tones that hinted at their significance. He closed his eyes instinctively, concentrating on the whispers, as one might strain to hear a distant melody. Gradually, a pattern emerged. The whispers strengthened as twilight deepened, the transition between day and night somehow facilitating clearer communication. With each passing minute, as golden daylight yielded to the soft blue of evening, individual words became distinguishable among the susurrations. Remember when the Vanir walked freely, before the war that divided the gods, when the seasons turned in perfect harmony? Atreus's eyes widened as he recognized mentions of events from before his birth, perhaps from before his father's arrival in these northern lands. The tree, it seemed, was somehow preserving memories of the forest itself, storing them within its living tissues, like knowledge inscribed in the pages of a book. A fluttering sound above drew his attention upward. Perched on a gnarled branch that extended into the hollow's interior sat an owl of unusual appearance, its feathers shifting between earthen brown and silver grey, depending on how the fading light struck them. Most remarkably, its eyes glowed with the same golden luminescence as the moss beneath Atreus's feet. The owl regarded him with unblinking attention, head occasionally tilting as if assessing his worthiness to hear the tree's secrets. Unlike the owls Atreus had encountered while hunting, this creature showed no fear or intention to flee from human presence. Instead, it settled more comfortably on its perch, feathers fluffing slightly before smoothing again in a gesture that seemed almost welcoming. "Are you the one speaking?" Atreus asked softly, addressing the owl directly. The bird made no sound in response, but blinked once, slowly, the golden light of its eyes briefly intensifying. Below, the moss beneath Atreus' feet pulsed with corresponding illumination, suggesting some connection between the owl and the living energy of this place. As twilight deepened toward true evening, small points of light began rising from the forest floor outside the hollow tree. Fireflies awakening for their nightly dance. They drifted in through the entrance, filling the chamber with gentle, rhythmic flashes that synchronized perfectly with the pulsing whispers. Within minutes, dozens of the luminous insects surrounded Atreus, creating a living constellation that moved in patterns too ordered to be random. The boy stood transfixed, watching as the fireflies traced shapes in the air, outlines of figures that might have been Vanir gods, animals now extinct from these woods, celestial configurations from seasons long past. Each pattern lasted only moments before dissolving and reforming into something new, yet each conveyed meaning that resonated with the whispers growing ever more distinct around him. "I should probably get back," Atreus murmured, aware that his father would grow concerned if he remained absent much longer. Yet the thought of leaving before understanding what this place wanted to share with him felt impossible. The whispers had taken on an almost beseeching quality, as if imploring him to stay just a little longer, to hear what had remained unspoken for ages. Making a decision, he settled himself against the inner wall of the hollow, his back pressed against the smooth wood that felt unexpectedly warm against his spine, almost like a living thing. From his belt pouch, he retrieved the small carved whistle he used to signal his location to his father during hunts. 3 short blasts would indicate he was safe but would be delayed, a code they had established for situations just like this. After sounding the signal, he returned the whistle to his pouch and relaxed more fully against the tree wall. The contact seemed to strengthen the connection, whispers flowing more coherently into his consciousness, as if the barrier between himself and the tree's memories had thinned through direct touch. "Let me hear your stories," he whispered back to the tree, closing his eyes to focus entirely on the sounds surrounding him. The whispers responded immediately, organizing themselves into more coherent narratives, though still carrying the ethereal quality of wind through leaves. The first story emerged clearly, carried on the twilight air. When the world was younger and the frost giants had not yet retreated to their icy realm, a daughter of the Vanir came to this forest seeking sanctuary. Fleeing the escalating conflict between her kind and the Aesir, she carried with her seeds from Vanaheim's sacred groves, living treasures she could not bear to abandon to destruction. Here, in soil untouched by divine war, she planted those seeds, with tears of both grief and hope, establishing new life that carried memories of a realm increasingly closed to mortal access. As the whispers narrated, the fireflies arranged themselves into the shape of a woman with flowing hair, kneeling upon the ground with hands pressed into soil. Atreus watched, entranced, as the luminous figure rose and walked in a spiral pattern across the invisible stage created by the hollow's interior, seemingly planting seeds that blossomed into tiny points of brighter light. Those first plantings became the eldest trees of this forest, sentinels carrying knowledge from another realm, watchers who remember what came before and what may yet come to pass. They grew slowly, patiently, observing the changing of many seasons and the rise and fall of numerous mortal civilizations. They witnessed the Aesir's gradual dominance over these lands, the retreat of older powers, the shifting of boundaries between realms once freely traversed. The firefly tableau shifted, forming the outline of the forest seen from above, certain points glowing more intensely to indicate the positions of these ancient sentinel trees. Atreus realized with a start that he recognized this map. These special trees corresponded to landmarks he and his father had encountered during their hunts. Distinctive specimens they had used for navigation without knowing their true significance. "I've seen them," he whispered, leaning forward eagerly. "The great pine on the northern ridge, the twin beeches by the river ford, the lightning-struck oak that still grows despite its scars. These are the Vanir trees, aren't they?" The whispers seemed to approve of his insight, intensifying briefly before continuing their narrative. The owl above shifted slightly on its perch, its golden eyes fixed on Atreus, with what might have been approval. Among those first plantings was the seed that became this very tree, positioned at what was once the heart of the Vanir settlement in these lands. Here stood a temple open to the sky, where mortals and gods communed freely before such interactions were forbidden by Odin's decrees. This tree grew as the temple declined, absorbing memories from those who prayed, celebrated, mourned, and taught beneath its gradually expanding canopy. The fireflies rearranged themselves to show the outline of a simple circular structure surrounding the young tree, with figures moving in rhythmic patterns that suggested ceremonial dances or ritual processions. As the display continued, the structure faded while the tree grew larger, eventually standing alone as the sole remnant of what had once been a place of significance. When this tree reached 300 years of growth, a great illness swept through the forest, carried on winds poisoned by conflicts among realms beyond mortal understanding. Many trees perished, including several of the original Vanir sentinels. This tree survived, but was changed, hollowed by forces that would have destroyed lesser living things, transformed into a vessel capable of preserving what might otherwise be lost. The illuminated insects formed the image of winds swirling destructively through the forest, trees bending and some falling, while the central figure, representing the hollow tree, wavered but remained standing, its interior gradually emptying to create the space where Atreus now sat. Since that transformation, this tree has served as keeper of forest memories. Stories told by wind and rain, by creatures who shelter among its roots or branches, by mortals who rest in its shade unaware of its true nature. It listens, remembers, and occasionally, when the proper listener appears at twilight's threshold, it shares what it has gathered across centuries of patient observation. The whispering paused, as if allowing Atreus time to absorb what he had heard thus far. The fireflies dispersed from their narrative formations, resuming their more natural drifting patterns, while maintaining the gentle synchronization with the tree's pulsing energy. Above, the owl adjusted its position, wings briefly stretching, before resettling against its body. In the momentary silence, Atreus considered the implications of this encounter. His mother had often spoken of the forest as a living entity deserving respect rather than merely a resource to be exploited, a perspective his more pragmatic father acknowledged but did not fully embrace. Here was confirmation of her wisdom, evidence that the woodland contained knowledge and awareness beyond what ordinary observation might reveal. "You've gathered so many memories," Atreus said softly. "Do you remember everything that happens in the forest?" The whispers returned, flowing around him like a gentle current. "Not everything. Memory requires attention, and even we cannot attend to all that occurs within our reach. Like mortals, we remember most clearly what carries emotional significance or repeats with meaningful frequency. The first snowfall of each winter leaves stronger impression than the 10th. The death of an ancient wolf echoes more powerfully than a fallen branch. Conversations weighted with purpose remain when casual words fade. This selective remembering reminded Atreus of his own experience, how certain moments from his training with his father or lessons with his mother remained crystalline in recall, while entire days of routine activities blurred together into indistinct impressions. Even beings as ancient as this tree experienced the natural filtering that memory imposed upon experience. "Have others like me come here before?" he asked, curious whether previous visitors had received similar welcomes. "Few possess the necessary awareness to perceive our communication," the whispers replied. "Most mortals sense only vague discomfort or peace in our presence, attributing such feelings to ordinary imagination rather than external voice. Those with divine or giant blood occasionally perceive more clearly, though many remain too focused on immediate concerns to pause and truly listen." The fireflies formed a loose procession of figures approaching and then passing the tree, most moving quickly without pausing, some stopping briefly before continuing, only rare individuals entering the hollow, as Atreus had done. The visualization conveyed the tree's long-standing solitude, despite being surrounded by constant activity, a patient witness largely unnoticed by those it observed. Just as Atreus prepared to ask another question, the whispers resumed with a subtle shift in tone, moving from historical narrative to something more immediate and personal. "The child with divided bloodlines sits within our memory chamber, carrying potential futures as numerous as our leaves. We have waited for one such as this, neither fully god nor entirely mortal, capable of hearing voices from root and branch, from earth and sky. One who might understand the delicate balance between knowing and becoming, between memory and possibility." Atreus felt a chill run through him despite the comfortable warmth of the hollow. The tree was speaking about him specifically now, recognizing something in his nature that set him apart. His dual heritage, Greek god from his father, Jotnar from his mother, had already marked him as unusual, but hearing it acknowledged by this ancient consciousness made the reality more tangible somehow. "You know who I am?" he asked softly, uncertain whether direct interaction would strengthen or disrupt the communication. The whispers responded immediately, swirling more closely around him like a gentle breeze seeking direct contact. "We know what you carry within your blood and bone. We recognize patterns of possibility that flow through you like sap through our branches. You are junction point, crossing place, meeting of streams that should not converge, yet have created something new in their joining." The fireflies gathered more densely around Atreus, their light revealing that the moss beneath him had begun growing upward, tendrils curling gently around his boots without restricting movement, not capturing but connecting, establishing physical link between boy and tree. The sensation was strange but not threatening, a living touch that communicated curiosity and cautious optimism. "There is another name that echoes within you," the whispers continued, tone softening further. "A name of significance in times to come, in paths that branch outward from where you now sit. We have heard it whispered by ravens that serve the one-eyed watcher, spoken in tones of both fear and anticipation." Atreus tensed slightly, knowing instinctively what name the tree referenced. "Loki," he said, the syllables falling heavily into the twilight air. "My mother named me Atreus, but the Jotnar murals named me Loki. I still don't understand what that means. For me, for my future." The owl above made its first sound since Atreus had entered the hollow, a soft, low hoot that seemed to resonate with the tree's whispers, harmonizing rather than interrupting. Both tree and bird appeared to be considering how best to address this complex question, measuring what knowledge might help rather than burden the young listener. Names carry power, the whispers finally resumed, but not determination. They suggest pathways but do not forge chains. What matters is not what you are called, but what you choose to answer to, which voices you heed when they summon different aspects of your nature. The fireflies formed two distinct humanoid shapes, one small and straightforward like Atreus's current form, the other taller and more complex, with shifting details that never remained stable enough to fully comprehend. These two figures stood facing each other, neither dominant nor submissive, simply coexisting as different expressions of shared potential. Both names are true, neither name is complete. You exist at the convergence of bloodlines that were never meant to join, creating possibilities unforeseen by those who believe they control fate's weaving. This gives you freedom other players lack, the ability to move between established patterns, to create new designs where others see only fixed tapestry. This perspective offered comfort, suggesting his dual nature provided opportunity rather than conflict, choice rather than predetermined outcome. Yet Atreus still felt the weight of uncertainty, the responsibility of potential that might manifest in ways he could neither predict nor control. But how do I know which path to take, he asked, voicing the question that had troubled him since discovering his Jotnar heritage and its associated prophecies. How do I choose rightly when I don't fully understand what either name truly means? The moss tendrils around his feet pulsed with gentle luminescence, sending waves of light spiraling upward through the hollow's interior. The whispers, when they answered, carried a quality of ancient wisdom tempered by compassion for mortal uncertainty. The question itself reveals wisdom beyond your years. Many never reach the understanding that choice exists. They follow paths laid before them without questioning whether alternatives might be possible. You already seek to choose consciously, rather than simply becoming what others expect or fear. The firefly display shifted again, forming a series of branching paths that spread outward from the central figure representing Atreus. Some branches glowed brighter than others, some faded into darkness, while still others pulsed with changing intensity, suggesting futures whose likelihood shifted with each decision made or unmade. We cannot tell you which path leads to greatest harmony. Such knowledge lies beyond even our long remembering. What we offer instead is this wisdom. Listen always to the quiet voice within that survives when pride and fear fall silent. Your mother recognized this voice and trusted it, above all external guidance. This inner knowing transcends names and expectations. It springs from the essence that exists before and after all temporary identity. As the whispers spoke of his mother, Atreus felt a tightness in his chest, grief still fresh despite the passage of time since her death. He had taken comfort in discovering more about her through their journey, learning of her Jotnar identity and the careful preparations she had made for their future. Yet, each new revelation also brought fresh questions about how much she had known and chosen not to share. Did she come here? He asked suddenly, following instinct rather than careful thought. Did my mother ever sit where I'm sitting now, listening to your whispers? The response came immediately, suggesting this question touched on memories readily accessible to the ancient tree. She came when heavy with child, when you grew within her but had not yet drawn first breath. She rested against these walls, communing silently for many hours as twilight deepened to night and then lightened toward dawn. What passed between her consciousness and ours remains private. Sacred exchange between mother and forest regarding a child of unique destiny. But know this. She left with greater peace than she arrived, her path clarified though not simplified by what was shared. This revelation sent a wave of emotion through Atreus, connection to his mother through shared experience, the knowledge that she had sought wisdom from the same source now speaking to him. He placed his palm flat against the inner wall of the hollow, imagining her doing the same, separated by years yet linked through this living touch point. "I wish I could have known her better," Atreus whispered, allowing himself a moment of vulnerability rarely expressed around his more stoic father. "There's so much she never told me, about herself, about our family, about what she saw coming." The owl descended from its perch, gliding to settle on a knot in the wood near Atreus's shoulder. Though it made no sound, its presence offered wordless comfort, a gentle acknowledgement of loss that transcended ordinary communication. The fireflies around him slowed their movement, their light softening to a steady, warm glow, like countless tiny hearth fires. Her silence was not absence of trust, but presence of protection, the whispers offered gently. Knowledge carries weight. Timing of revelation determines whether that weight crushes or strengthens. She measured carefully what your developing spirit could bear at each stage of growth, preserving your childhood while preparing for inevitable awakening. This perspective helped ease the subtle hurt Atreus had sometimes felt when discovering how much his mother had kept from him, the complex identity she had concealed, the preparations she had made without explanation, the knowledge of his own nature she had withheld until after her death. Through the revelations of their journey, children living between divine and mortal worlds face unique challenges. The whispers continued. Too much awareness too soon invites alienation from ordinary experience. Too little leaves them vulnerable to manipulation by those who would use their power for external purpose. Your mother walked this balance with remarkable wisdom, allowing natural development while establishing foundations for later understanding. The fireflies formed the image of a seedling breaking through soil towards sunlight, growing neither too quickly nor too slowly, developing according to its inherent nature while responding to environmental conditions. The visualization conveyed complex interplay between predetermined potential and adaptive response that characterized all healthy growth. She named you Atreus with purpose, a name carrying meaning in your father's original homeland, while concealing your significance from those who might seek the one called Loki. Not deception, but protection, creating space for self-discovery, unencumbered by external expectations or fears. This insight into his mother's naming choice added another layer to Atreus' understanding of her foresight and care. The name had always felt right to him, comfortable in a way he couldn't fully articulate. Now he recognized it as deliberate gift, an identity that honored his father's heritage while shielding him from premature association with prophecies he wasn't yet ready to comprehend. Your mother understood balance between knowledge and mystery, the whispers continued. Some things must be discovered through lived experience rather than simply told, truths that cannot be intellectually grasped until emotionally realized through direct encounter. Her guidance continues through what she set in motion, through preparations that reveal themselves when circumstances align with readiness. The owl shifted position, golden eyes fixed on Atreus with unmistakable intelligence. In those luminous orbs he glimpsed momentary reflection of his mother's gaze, not her actual presence, but similar quality of seeing beyond immediate appearance to deeper potential. The resemblance brought both comfort and renewed grief, complex emotions that mingled without contradiction. As twilight deepened further toward true night, the whispers took on yet another quality, more immediate, more focused on present circumstances rather than ancient history or abstract potential. Beyond knowledge of past or future lies the wisdom of present moment, the ability to exist fully within each passing breath, each heartbeat, each shift of light through leaves. This is what the forest teaches to those willing to listen, beyond words, to the deeper rhythms that sustain all life. The fireflies descended, forming a loose circle around Atreus that pulsed in perfect synchronization with his breathing, slowing when he exhaled, brightening when he inhaled, creating visual representation of the life force flowing through him. The effect was mesmerizing, drawing his awareness to the simple miracle of continued existence, the countless complex processes occurring within and around him, without conscious direction. Your father seeks this wisdom through different means, through discipline of body, through control of breath and movement, through mastery of impulse. The martial path can lead to the same stillness as contemplation, though few walk it with sufficient awareness to transcend mere physical skill. This observation about Kratos surprised Atreus, offering perspective on his father's rigorous training and seemingly emotionless approach to combat. He had witnessed moments when his father entered states of perfect focus, movements flowing with precision that appeared almost effortless despite their devastating effectiveness. Was this another form of the present moment awareness the tree described? The warrior and the listener ultimately seek the same center, the whispers confirmed, responding to his unspoken question. Different paths to the still point where true power resides, not in doing but in being, not in force, but in perfect alignment with what is. The insight resonated with observations from their journey, how his father's most effective actions emerged not from frantic effort but from centered clarity. How his own most accurate archery occurred when he stopped trying and simply allowed the shot to manifest through him rather than from him. Different approaches leading to similar states of alignment with natural flow rather than resistance against it. This balance proves particularly vital for those carrying divine heritage, the whispers continued. Power without centering becomes destructive force. Knowledge without wisdom becomes burden rather than gift. Many gods fail to understand this essential truth, wielding abilities without the grounding that prevents corruption. The fireflies formed vague outlines of figures Atreus recognized from stories and limited encounters, Baldur consumed by his own obsessions, Thor wielding power without restraint, Odin endlessly seeking knowledge, yet never finding satisfaction. Each visualization conveyed disconnection between tremendous capability and fundamental balance, resulting in suffering for both the gods themselves and those affected by their actions. Your dual heritage offers opportunity to transcend limitations of both divine and mortal perspectives, potentially combining power with compassion, knowledge with humility, longevity with appreciation for impermanence. This integration represents a path rarely walked, but desperately needed as realms face increasing instability. This framing of his mixed bloodline as potential advantage rather than complication offered fresh perspective on what Atreus had often experienced as burden or source of confusion. Perhaps the very aspects of his nature that seemed contradictory could become complementary when properly understood and accepted. As he pondered these insights, he became aware of a subtle change in the forest sounds beyond the hollow tree. The normal evening calls of birds had fallen silent, replaced by the careful movement of something large approaching through the underbrush. Deliberate steps that betrayed neither haste nor uncertainty. He recognized the pattern immediately. "Father," he said softly, not in alarm but acknowledgement. The owl reacted to this word, head turning toward the hollow's entrance with golden eyes gleaming in anticipation. The fireflies drew back, maintaining their formation but creating space for whatever might enter their sanctuary. The whispers continued but softened, becoming background texture rather than focused communication. Moments later, the massive silhouette of Kratos appeared at the entrance to the hollow, his broad shoulders nearly filling the opening. His expression carried its usual stoicism, though Atreus had learned to recognize the subtle signs of concern beneath the impassive exterior. A slight tension around the eyes, the deliberate control of breathing that suggested recently suppressed urgency. "Boy," Kratos said simply, eyes quickly assessing the unusual environment, the glowing moss, the synchronized fireflies, the owl with unnaturally golden eyes. His hand remained near but not on the handle of his axe, prepared for trouble but not assuming it without evidence. "You did not return." "I found something, father," Atreus replied, gesturing to the space around him. "This tree, it holds memories. It shares stories at twilight. It knew mother." Kratos' expression remained guarded. Decades of experiences with godly deceptions and magical traps having taught him well-earned caution. Yet he also recognized the genuine wonder in his son's voice, the absence of fear or distress that would indicate immediate danger. "What manner of magic is this?" he asked, addressing the question to Atreus but glancing at the owl with narrowed eyes, correctly identifying it as something more than an ordinary forest creature. Before Atreus could formulate a response that might adequately explain the complex experience, a familiar voice spoke from the pouch at Kratos' belt. "Ah, the Whispering Hollow. I thought such places had vanished entirely from the realms." Mimir's animated head sounded genuinely excited, his usual sardonic tone replaced with scholarly enthusiasm. "A memory vessel from the days when Vanir influence ran strong in these forests. Quite extraordinary to find one still active after all this time." Kratos lifted the head from his belt, holding Mimir where he could observe the hollow's interior more clearly. The former advisor to Odin blinked appreciatively at the owl, offering what might have been a small nod of respect. "You know of this place?" Kratos asked, his tone suggesting that explanation better be forthcoming and convincing. "Not this specific tree, no," Mimir clarified, "but the concept certainly. The Vanir created such vessels throughout territories they wished to maintain connection with, even after physical presence became untenable. Living archives, you might call them, unreasonable of knowledge designed to preserve cultural memory through times of absence or oppression." The whispers intensified briefly at Mimir's explanation, as if confirming or perhaps supplementing his account. The owl tilted its head, golden eyes fixed on the animated head with what appeared to be recognition. "The Vanir understood better than most how knowledge preserved might serve future generations," Mimir continued, warming to his subject with scholarly enthusiasm. "Unlike Odin, who hoards information for personal advantage, they created these memory vessels as gifts to whoever might prove worthy of receiving accumulated wisdom. Quite enlightened approach, really. It responds to Atreus, specifically," he added, noting the interaction between boy and environment. Likely recognizing his Jotnar blood, the Giants and Vanir maintain generally cordial relations, unlike their mutual disputes with the Aesir. Many of these memory vessels were programmed, as it were, to share their gathered wisdom with future generations of allied bloodlines. Kratos absorbed this information with typical economy of expression, weighing potential benefits against risks. His protective instincts remained strong, yet he had learned through their journey thus far that his son possessed connections to this realm's magical elements that could not be severed through simple prohibition. Connections that might prove valuable if properly understood and controlled. "What has it told you?" he asked Atreus directly. The boy considered how to summarize the complex narrative he had received, the historical accounts, the personal insights, the subtle guidance regarding his dual nature and uncertain future. Many things, he began carefully, about the forest's history, about the Vanir who planted the first trees here, about how this tree became hollowed and began preserving memories. He hesitated before adding, "It told me Mother came here before I was born, that she sat where I'm sitting now." This last detail captured Kratos' attention more fully, a flicker of something, surprise, perhaps curiosity, briefly disrupting his stoic expression. His relationship with Faye had been built on mutual respect for boundaries, each accepting the other's need for certain privacies, that she had sought counsel from this ancient entity without mentioning it, aligned with her self-sufficient nature, yet suggested depths to her preparation for their son's future that continued to reveal themselves even after her passing. After a moment of consideration, Kratos made a decision, ducking his head to step through the entrance and into the hollow itself. The space, though large for a tree cavity, barely accommodated his substantial frame alongside Atreus' smaller one. He settled himself against the wall opposite his son, legs crossed in a posture rarely adopted except during rare moments of meditation. The fireflies adjusted their formation to include this new presence, their synchronized flashing now encompassing both father and son in shared rhythm. The moss beneath Kratos remained inert, however, establishing no connecting tendrils as it had with Atreus, respecting boundaries the warrior had maintained throughout his long existence. "The tree has been telling me about the Vanir who first planted this forest," Atreus explained, eager to share what he had learned, "and about Mother, though it wouldn't tell me exactly what they discussed when she came here. It said some things need to be discovered through experience rather than just being told." Kratos nodded slightly, this perspective aligning with his own approach to his son's education, providing necessary instruction while allowing space for personal discovery through direct engagement with challenges. Some lessons could not be merely transmitted, but required embodied understanding, developed through practice and experience. "It also spoke about my names, about Atreus and Loki," the boy continued, watching his father's reaction carefully. "It said names suggest paths, but don't determine them. That what matters is which voices I choose to answer to." "Wise perspective," Mimir commented from his position now resting on Kratos' knee. "Names carry expectation and history, certainly, but never complete determination. I've known beings who transcended their given identities entirely through sheer force of will and clarity of purpose." "What does it want?" Kratos asked, the practical question cutting through mystical atmosphere with characteristic directness. Atreus considered this, realizing he hadn't questioned the tree's motivation in sharing its accumulated wisdom. "I don't think it wants anything," he replied slowly. "It remembers. It shares when someone can listen. It's not like the gods or other beings we've met, who always have some agenda." He glanced at the owl, which had returned to its higher perch to accommodate Kratos' presence. "I think it's more like a library that speaks." "The lad's assessment is likely accurate," Mimir contributed from his position now resting on Kratos' knee. "These Vanir creations weren't designed to manipulate or recruit, merely to preserve and transmit knowledge that might otherwise be lost. They represent one of the more benevolent applications of divine power I've encountered across the realms." As if responding to this discussion of its nature, the whispers organized themselves into clearer communication once more, addressing both occupants of the hollow. "The guardian of blood and the child of convergence rest within our memory chamber as twilight yields to night. One listens with openness, one with caution born of wounds inflicted by false gods. Both paths hold wisdom necessary for the journey ahead. Trust and skepticism in proper balance create true discernment. Kratos showed no surprise at being directly addressed, having long since abandoned expectations of normalcy where divine or magical entities were concerned. He did, however, raise an eyebrow at the title bestowed upon him, Guardian of Blood, suggesting responsibilities beyond mere fatherhood. Implications he would need to consider when time permitted deeper reflection. The child has heard stories of past and glimpsed shadows of potential futures, the whispers continued. For the Guardian, we offer different insight, perspective on the present moment where true strength must be cultivated. The fireflies surrounding Kratos intensified their illumination, creating a pattern reminiscent of a warrior in perfect stillness before action. Potential energy contained but not suppressed. Awareness expanded beyond personal boundaries to encompass environment as extension of self rather than separate battlefield. You seek to protect the child from consequences of divine heritage, a worthy but impossible task. What can be achieved instead is preparation for inevitability, development of capacity to navigate rather than resist what comes. The current that drowns when fought may become the path when ridden with skill and proper timing. These words touched on Kratos' most fundamental concern, his inability to shield Atreus completely from the complications of godhood, from the attention his unique bloodline would inevitably attract from powerful entities throughout the realms. The suggestion that preparation rather than prevention represented the more viable strategy, aligned with conclusions he had reluctantly begun forming throughout their journey thus far. The wisdom of the warrior lies in knowing which battles must be fought, and which are distractions from true purpose, the whispers continued, seeming to respond to Kratos' unspoken thoughts. The greatest protection you offer comes not through shield or weapon, but through example, showing how divine power may be carried without surrendering to its worst temptations. This perspective struck closer to Kratos' carefully guarded hopes than he might have expected from an entity with no previous knowledge of his complicated history. His entire approach to fatherhood had been shaped by determination that Atreus would not repeat his mistakes, would not become the monster he had been before finding purpose beyond vengeance and destruction. And what is his true purpose? Kratos asked suddenly, the question emerging from concerns he rarely articulated directly. What becomes of him when divine heritage fully awakens? The question hung in the twilight air, fireflies pausing momentarily in their rhythmic flashing as if the entire hollow considered how best to respond to this fundamental uncertainty. Atreus himself held his breath, equally invested in whatever answer might come, having wrestled with the same question since learning of his Jotnar lineage and its prophetic implications. When the whispers resumed, they carried a quality of careful consideration, words chosen to illuminate without imposing artificial certainty on what remained genuinely undetermined. Purpose is not bestowed but discovered, often through paths that appear initially as detours or mistakes. Divine heritage provides potential without guaranteeing outcome. Tools that may build or destroy depending on choices made at crucial junctures. What awakens within him will reflect what has been cultivated through example, through challenge overcome, through values demonstrated rather than merely spoken. The fireflies resumed their movement, forming branching paths similar to those shown earlier, but now with both father and son represented at the central junction point. Their combined choices creating possibilities neither could manifest alone. The visual suggested partnership rather than mere protection, mutual influence rather than one-directional guidance. The future remains unwritten, the whispers concluded, though many believe their predictions constitute inevitable reality. In this space between certainty and possibility lies your greatest power, to act from center that remains true, regardless of external pressure or expectation. Atreus glanced at his father, noting the subtle relaxation in his posture that suggested these words had found resonance. Kratos rarely spoke of his hopes for his son's future, focusing instead on immediate survival skills and practical knowledge. Yet beneath that pragmatic approach lay deeper purpose, desire to offer his child freedom from the manipulations and expectations that had defined his own divine existence. "The Hollow speaks of balance," Mimir observed quietly, his usually verbose commentary subdued by the contemplative atmosphere. "Between knowing and becoming, between heritage and choice, between protection and preparation. Quite profound wisdom, particularly for beings often dealing in more absolutes." As these words settled around them, the owl descended once more, this time landing on a root formation that emerged from the hollow's floor between Kratos and Atreus. In the bird's golden eyes, something shifted. A momentary glimpse of consciousness more ancient than the merely avian. Awareness that had witnessed centuries of forest life, while maintaining its own distinct perspective. The owl tilted its head toward Atreus, then toward Kratos, then back again, as if comparing what it perceived in each. After this careful assessment, it opened its beak and released not the expected hoot, but a series of soft, melodic notes that echoed strangely within the hollow chamber. Neither bird call nor human speech, yet somehow communicating more effectively than either. The moss beneath them responded to this unusual sound, its luminescence intensifying while pulsing in patterns that matched the owl's melody. The fireflies, too, synchronized their flashing with these new frequencies, creating visual representation of what could only be described as harmonic resonance throughout the living system that comprised the hollow tree and its attendant consciousness. "Extraordinary," Mimir whispered, "a direct harmonization attempt. Extremely rare, with non-Vanir visitors. The tree consciousness appears to be establishing deeper connection with both of you simultaneously, tuning disparate frequencies toward potential consonance." Atreus felt the resonance physically, a subtle vibration moving through moss beneath him, up through his body, seeming to align something within his own being that had previously existed in slight discord. Not dramatic transformation, but gentle recalibration, like instrument strings being carefully tuned for improved harmony. Glancing at his father, he noticed Kratos experiencing similar effects, though with characteristic restraint in outward response. Only someone who knew him well would recognize the slight shift in breathing, the barely perceptible relaxation around his eyes, the subtle alteration in how his massive frame settled against the tree wall, all indicating internal response to whatever harmonizing influence flowed through the hollow. "What's happening?" Atreus asked softly, directing the question to whoever might best explain the unfamiliar sensation. "Attunement," the whispers replied, flowing around and through the owl's continuing melodic emissions. Alignment of disparate rhythms towards shared resonance, not erasing difference, but finding complementary relationship. Father and son carry separate patterns necessary for journey ahead. Together they create third pattern, unavailable to either alone. The fireflies formed double helix pattern between Kratos and Atreus, two distinct strands flowing in parallel while periodically connecting through bridging points of light. The visualization conveyed relationship between separate but complementary forces, individual identity maintained while participating in larger, integrated system. "Time grows short," Mimir observed quietly. noting how the fireflies had begun drifting toward the hollow's entrance, their synchronized patterns gradually dissolving into more natural movements. The communication window afforded by twilight approaches its close. Such vessels typically return to dormancy with full nightfall. Atreus felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of leaving. There were countless questions he still wished to ask, histories he wanted to hear, guidance he hoped to receive regarding the complexities of his dual nature. Yet he also recognized wisdom in limitations, in allowing space between revelations for integration and personal reflection. "Will we be able to return?" he asked, directing the question both to his father and to the tree itself. "To hear more stories another day," the whispers answered, already fading as true night descended upon the forest. "The hollow remembers those who listen with respect. Return at twilight when moon stands half-known in sky. Time when boundaries thin, most naturally between knowing and mystery. Bring questions that arise from true need rather than mere curiosity. What serves genuine growth will find answer. What serves only impatience or fear will meet silence." Kratos nodded slightly at these terms, recognizing reasonable boundaries rather than arbitrary restrictions. He rose to his feet with characteristic economy of movement, ducking his head beneath the upper edge of the hollow's entrance. "Come, boy. We return home while light still guides our path." Atreus stood more slowly, placing his palm once more against the inner wall of the hollow in silent gratitude for what had been shared. The moss beneath his feet gradually retracted its connecting tendrils, releasing him without resistance, while maintaining faint golden glow that would likely fade as they departed. "Thank you," he said simply, addressing the tree directly. "For your stories, for your wisdom, for speaking to my mother when she needed guidance." The owl hooted softly in acknowledgement, wings spreading briefly before resettling. The remaining fireflies formed a brief path toward the entrance, providing gentle illumination for their departure. The whispers had grown too faint for distinct words, yet conveyed farewell through subtle shifts in tone and rhythm. As they exited the hollow tree and stepped into the forest now fully embraced by night, Atreus felt changed in ways difficult to articulate. Not dramatically transformed, but slightly recalibrated. His understanding of himself and his potential futures expanded without becoming overwhelming. He carried new questions alongside new insights, balanced in proportion that invited contemplation rather than anxiety. "What do you think, Father?" he asked as they began navigating the return path, guided by Kratos' unerring sense of direction even in deep darkness. "About what the tree shared? About Mother coming there before I was born?" Kratos was silent for several paces, considering his response with characteristic thoroughness. When he finally spoke, his words carried the weight of careful reflection rather than hasty judgment. "Your mother sought wisdom where she found it, preparing for challenges she foresaw. This tree appears to continue her work, offering perspective without demanding action, suggesting possibilities without claiming certainty." He glanced down at his son, expression softening slightly in the darkness. "Its counsel aligns with what experience has taught me, that fate offers patterns but not prison, that divinity brings power but not purpose, that choice remains even when path narrows." Coming from his typically taciturn father, this philosophical assessment represented remarkable openness, perhaps influenced by the contemplative atmosphere they had shared within the hollow tree. Atreus treasured such moments, when glimpses of Kratos' deeper thinking became visible through his protective armor of stoicism. "A tree's perspective on your names carries wisdom," Mimir contributed from his position secured once more to Kratos' belt. I've observed countless beings across the realms who became enslaved to identities bestowed by others, fulfilling prophecies through belief in their inevitability rather than any true predetermination. The power to define oneself beyond expectation remains among the rarest and most valuable freedoms. Do you think we should return when the half moon comes? Atreus asked, returning to practical consideration of future engagement with the hollow tree's consciousness. Perhaps, Kratos replied, neither committing nor refusing. We will consider what questions merit asking, what guidance serves true need rather than momentary curiosity. He adjusted his direction slightly, identifying landmarks barely visible in the darkness. Knowledge without purpose becomes burden rather than strength. They continued through the dark forest in comfortable silence, each processing the encounter according to their nature. Atreus with eager contemplation of new perspectives, Kratos with careful assessment of potential implications for their security and journey, Mimir with scholarly consideration of how this discovery connected with other magical phenomena encountered throughout the realms. The night air carried unusual clarity, stars shining with exceptional brightness overhead, occasionally glimpsed through gaps in the forest canopy. Atreus found himself listening differently to the woodland sounds surrounding them, hearing not just practical information about potential threats or resources, but layers of communication he had previously overlooked. The rustling leaves, the creaking branches, the soft calls of nocturnal creatures, all carried fragments of the larger story the forest continuously told to those willing to listen, beyond immediate concerns. It feels different now, he observed softly, like the forest has always been talking, but I'm only just starting to understand the language. Awareness expands through attention, Kratos responded, this simple observation carrying subtle acknowledgement of his son's developing perception. What seems new has always existed, waiting for recognition. This perspective echoed what the hollow tree had shared about selective memory, how attention determined what registered as significant, how consciousness shaped experience through what it chose to notice or ignore. Perhaps the whispers had been present throughout Atreus' life in the forest, audible only now that he had learned to recognize their subtle frequencies. As their cabin came into view, warm light spilling from its windows onto the surrounding clearing, Atreus carried with him the tree's most essential wisdom, that names and bloodlines suggested pathways, but constructed no chains. That listening to the quiet voice within provided guidance when external voices clamored for attention. That presence within each moment created foundation for whatever future might eventually unfold. Kratos paused at the edge of the clearing, his hand briefly resting on his son's shoulder. Rare gesture of physical connection that communicated more than words might express. The touch conveyed acknowledgement of shared experience, recognition of developing maturity, perhaps even subtle pride in how Atreus navigated complex revelations with increasing discernment. Rest tonight, he said simply. Tomorrow's training begins at dawn. This return to routine contained no dismissal of their unusual encounter, but rather healthy grounding in ongoing practical development. The hollow tree's wisdom had emphasized balance between knowing and becoming, between contemplation and action, perspective that aligned with Kratos' instinctive understanding that growth required both reflection and disciplined practice. As they crossed the threshold into their cabin's familiar warmth, Atreus felt unusual sense of completeness, not final resolution to the many questions surrounding his identity and destiny, but temporary equilibrium between curiosity and acceptance, between desire for answers and willingness to allow understanding to unfold naturally through experience. The hollow tree had offered not definitive explanation but context for continued exploration, framework that made uncertainty feel less threatening and more like necessary space for genuine development. That night, as he drifted towards sleep beneath furs warmed by the cabin's hearth fire, Atreus could still hear faint echoes of the tree's whispers, not demanding attention, but offering gentle reminder of connections extending beyond immediate perception. Roots reaching deep into soil nourished by countless seasons of growth and decay, branches extending towards skies witnessed through centuries of changing weather, memories preserved not as static records but as living wisdom available to those who approached with respect and genuine need. The half-moon mentioned by the tree would appear in its appointed time, marking opportunity for return engagement with the ancient consciousness that had recognized something significant in his divided bloodline. Whether they would accept that invitation remained undecided, a choice to be made after careful consideration rather than immediate response to wonder or curiosity. Yet, regardless of future visits, something valuable had already been integrated: perspective that created space between prophecy and person, between divine heritage and individual choice, between knowing and becoming. In that space, true freedom might be discovered. Not absence of limitation, but presence of genuine choice within whatever circumstances arose. As consciousness yielded to dreams, fireflies danced behind Atreus's closed eyelids. Not random patterns, but meaningful configurations, suggesting possibilities yet to be explored, potential awaiting conscious participation in its eventual manifestation. The forest continued its whispered communication through the night, stories flowing like gentle streams around their cabin, carrying memory and possibility in equal measure for those with ears attuned to hear beyond immediate sound, to deeper significance beneath. In the days and nights to come, these whispers would integrate with his developing understanding of himself and his place within the complex tapestry of interwoven realms. Not answers to every question, but illumination upon the journey itself. The path walked together with his father toward whatever awaited beyond currently visible horizons. As the whispers of the hollow tree faded into peaceful memory, new adventures awaited Kratos and Atreus in their journey through the 9 realms. The wisdom gained from the ancient Vanir Sentinel would continue to guide them as they encountered other marvels and mysteries hidden within the northern lands. One such wonder would soon reveal itself along the banks of the legendary river Igra, where glowing lanterns marked a path between worlds that few had ever witnessed. There, another tale of discovery and quiet reflection would unfold beneath skies painted with different lights. Not the dancing auroras of the north, but the gentle radiance of lanterns that had illuminated the river's sacred waters since time immemorial. The river Egra, like the hollow tree, carried memories of ages past, flowing not just through physical geography, but through the very fabric of realms and realities. Its waters held stories waiting to be heard by those who paused long enough to listen, secrets eager to be shared with travelers who approached with respect and wonder, rather than haste or demand. And so our next journey begins, as father and son follow the sound of flowing water toward an ancient river whose gentle currents would carry them into yet another chapter of their unfolding saga. The last light of day filtered through the ancient pines as Kratos and Atreus followed a narrow path toward the sound of flowing water. They had traveled since mid-morning, ever eastward, guided by directions from Freya that had led them away from familiar hunting grounds to this secluded valley. The air carried a subtle sweetness, night-blooming flowers preparing to open as darkness approached, their fragrance mixing with the earthy scent of pine and flowing water. "Are you certain this is necessary?" Kratos asked, his deep voice low as they navigated the descending trail. Though his tone remained neutral, Atreus had learned to detect the subtle concern beneath his father's stoicism. "Freya said it would help me understand the Vanir better," Atreus replied, fingering the small leather pouch hanging from his belt. "A gift from the goddess, containing materials for the evening's ceremony." And she thought. He hesitated, always careful when mentioning his mother. "She thought Mother would have wanted me to experience this tradition." Kratos offered no immediate response, but his pace remained steady as they continued downward. Months had passed since they had scattered Faye's ashes atop the highest peak in all the realms, yet her absence remained a presence between them, not as raw as before, but transformed into something different. A shared memory that shaped their journey in ways both spoken and unspoken. The path widened as they descended into the valley, revealing glimpses of water through the trees, a river that meandered lazily between gently sloping banks. Unlike the rushing torrents that carved through rocky highlands, this waterway moved with deliberate calm, its surface reflecting the deepening blue of the evening sky. "The river Igra," Atreus identified, recalling Freya's description. "Named after an ancient Vanir who sacrificed herself to heal these lands during a time of blight. The Vanir believe her spirit still flows within the water, nurturing everything that grows along its banks." "Another god story," Kratos observed, though without the dismissive edge that would have colored such comments earlier in their journey. Experience had taught him that many such tales contained kernels of truth, however obscured by generations of retelling. "Not merely a story, brother," Mimir interjected from his position at Kratos' belt. "The Vanir have always maintained a more intimate relationship with natural forces than other pantheons. Where the Aesir seek to conquer and control, the Vanir recognize reciprocity, mutual nourishment between deity and devotee." "Freya told me Igra was a healer," Adonis added, his natural curiosity engaging with the tale. "When a poison seeped into the land from Jotunheim's borders, nothing would grow, and the people began to sicken. She traveled to each affected region, using her knowledge of plants and water to cleanse the soil. But the poison was too strong, too pervasive, and so she made the ultimate sacrifice," Mimir concluded, "dissolved her immortal essence into the waterways, becoming one with them so that her healing power could reach every tributary, every droplet that nourished the land. Quite remarkable, even by divine standards of heroism." As they neared the river's edge, Atreus noticed subtle changes in the surrounding vegetation. Reeds with slender stalks lined the banks, crowned with bulbs that remained tightly closed but seemed to pulse gently with inner light. Strange flowers grew between the reeds, blossoms with translucent petals that gradually became more visible as daylight faded, emitting a soft luminescence in shades of pale blue and silver. Night flowers, Atreus identified, kneeling to examine one without touching its delicate structure. Mimir mentioned these. They bloom only after sunset and close before dawn. The Vanir use their nectar for certain rituals. "The boy grows more knowledgeable by the day," observed Mimir with evident pleasure. "Those particular blooms are called star catchers in the old Vanir tongue, said to capture fallen starlight and return it to the sky each dawn." "How do flowers catch stars?" Atreus asked, studying the unusual blooms with heightened interest. "Not literal stars, of course," Mimir clarified, "but certain energies that descend from the night sky. cosmic influences that the ancient Vanir believed contained wisdom or awareness from beyond the 9 realms. These flowers absorb such energies during their nocturnal blooming, then release them upward again as they close at daybreak. A continuous cycle of exchange between terrestrial and celestial realms. Further discussion paused as they emerged from the tree line into a small clearing beside the river. Here the bank widened into a crescent-shaped beach of fine, pale sand that glowed softly in the fading light. Several fallen logs had been arranged in a semicircle facing the water, creating simple seating for those who might gather at this spot. But what caught Atreus' immediate attention was the presence of another visitor. A small figure seated at the water's edge, hands moving with practiced precision over what appeared to be delicate constructions of paper and wood. As they approached, the figure looked up, revealing a child perhaps a few years younger than Atreus, with features that suggested Vanir heritage. Eyes slightly tilted at the corners, hair the color of autumn leaves, skin with a subtle golden undertone that seemed to capture and hold the last rays of evening light. "You've come for the remembering," the child said, voice neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, but carrying a musical quality characteristic of the Vanir. Not a question, but a simple acknowledgement. "The Lady of the Wood said you might." "Yes," Atreus replied, moving forward while Kratos remained at the edge of the clearing, maintaining watchful distance. "I'm Atreus. This is my father. And that's Mimir," he added, gesturing toward the head at Kratos' belt. "I am Linde," the child responded with a slight inclination of their head. "My family tends this stretch of the Egra. I come each evening to prepare the vessels and welcome those who wish to participate." They gestured toward the materials spread before them on a piece of woven cloth. Squares of thin paper in various pale colors, slender sticks of lightweight wood, small stone cups containing what appeared to be oil or wax, and lengths of delicate thread. Atreus settled cross-legged on the sand beside Lindy, curiously examining the partially completed constructions. They resembled small boats or perhaps flowers, with paper folded to create cup-like structures supported by the wooden sticks. "Lanterns," Lindy explained, noting his interest. "We fold them, so..." Their hands moved with fluid grace, demonstrating how a square of paper could be transformed through a series of precise folds. "The base holds the light. The sides direct it upward while protecting the flame from wind. When complete, they float upon the water, carrying memories along the river's path." "Memories?" Atreus asked, already attempting to mimic Lindy's folding technique with a sheet of pale blue paper from his own pouch. "Each lantern carries a memory," Lind confirmed, adjusting Atreus' fingers to correct a fold. "A moment you wish to honor, to remember with gratitude, or perhaps..." They hesitated briefly. "Perhaps to release, if the holding of it has become a burden." From his position near the tree line, Kratos observed the interaction with outward impassivity but internal alertness. Though Freya had assured them this ritual posed no danger, merely a peaceful Vanir tradition practiced during the autumn equinox, his warrior's instincts remained vigilant. Yet he recognized the value in allowing Atreus this experience, particularly given Faye's apparent desire that her son understand his heritage beyond the harsh lessons of survival. The boy had adapted to their dangerous world with surprising resilience, developing combat skills that complemented Kratos' own while maintaining a curiosity and compassion that sometimes bewildered his father. These qualities Kratos attributed primarily to Faye's influence, her gentle wisdom providing counterbalance to his own harsh pragmatism during Atreus' formative years. Perhaps this ritual, with its focus on deliberate remembrance rather than strategic forgetting, might offer the boy something Kratos himself could not provide, a way to honor the pain of loss without being consumed by it. If Faye had indeed wished her son to participate in this tradition, she must have believed it would serve some purpose in his development, in his understanding of himself and his place within the world's complex tapestry. "Your father may join us if he wishes," Lindy offered, glancing toward Kratos with respectful acknowledgement, rather than the fear his imposing presence typically inspired. Many find comfort in the remembering, even those unaccustomed to Vanir ways. Kratos made no move to approach, merely inclining his head slightly to acknowledge the invitation without accepting it. His reluctance stemmed not from disdain, but from an instinctive wariness regarding divine rituals of any kind. Too many had proven manipulative or dangerous throughout his long existence. Better to maintain vigilant distance while allowing Atreus the experience that Faye had apparently valued. As twilight deepened into early evening, more changes became apparent along the riverbank. The night flowers opened fully, their luminescence intensifying to cast pools of silver-blue light across the water's surface. The bulbs atop the reeds unfurled into delicate, trumpet-shaped blossoms that emitted a pale golden glow. Together, these natural lights transformed the riverside into an enchanted landscape, poised between mundane reality and something more ethereal. "The river awakens," Lindy said softly, their voice blending with the gentle sounds of flowing water. "Now is the time to prepare your mind, while your hands complete the vessel." Atreus continued the methodical folding of his lantern, now working with greater confidence as his fingers learned the patterns. Yet his expression grew thoughtful, almost troubled, as he considered Lindy's words about selecting a memory to accompany the light. "There are so many," he confessed, almost to himself. "How do I choose just one?" "The memory chooses you," Linda replied with the simple wisdom of one repeating ancient knowledge. "As you work, as your hands create, your heart will know which moment seeks expression tonight. It may not be what you expect. Sometimes the smallest moments carry the greatest significance." The riverbank had grown quieter as darkness settled more completely across the valley. Nocturnal creatures occasionally rustled in undergrowth beyond the circle of natural illumination provided by the glowing flowers, while the water's continuous flow created gentle background music, not a single sound, but a complex harmony of currents moving at different speeds around rocks and fallen branches, creating ripples that caught and reflected the flower's soft radiance. "The Yggdrasil speaks many languages," Lindy observed, noting Atreus' attention to these subtle sounds. The voice of stone against water, the whisper of current meeting shore, the silent communication between surface and depth. When we listen with patience, patterns emerge from what initially seems merely random noise. Atreus nodded, recognizing truth in this observation. His developing awareness of the natural world had increasingly revealed such patterns, the different qualities of silence in forest versus meadow, the subtle shifts in wind that preceded weather changes, the barely perceptible vibrations that sometimes indicated underground water sources or hollow spaces beneath apparently solid ground. "Mother taught me to listen to the trees," he shared, continuing his careful folding while memories surfaced unbidden. "She said each species speaks differently. Pine with its constant murmur, oak with deeper resonance, birch with higher, more delicate tones. When they grow together, they create conversations that continue across seasons, across years." "Your mother understood the old ways," Lende responded with evident respect. Few outsiders develop such sensitivities without Vanir blood or training. They studied Atreus with curious assessment. Yet you carry this awareness naturally, as if born to it. This observation touched upon complexities regarding Atreus' heritage that remained partially unresolved despite revelations during their journey. His mother's Jotnar lineage had become clear, yet much about her connection to different realms and traditions remained mysterious. That she would want him to experience specifically Vanir rituals suggested connections beyond what had been explicitly shared. The conversation paused as both children focused on completing their lanterns. Lindy's hands moved with practiced efficiency, creating one vessel after another with slight variations in design that seemed guided by intuitive rather than mechanical repetition. Atreus worked more deliberately, his single lantern taking shape with careful attention to each fold, each positioning of the supporting sticks, each securing of delicate thread. From his position near the tree line, Kratos watched this process with unexpected memories surfacing from his own distant past. Long before godhood, before warfare had consumed his life, he recalled observing his own father constructing fishing nets, hands moving with similar methodical patience, creating functional beauty from simple materials. The recollection came without the usual accompanying surge of bitterness or regret, merely a neutral image emerging briefly before returning to the depths from which it had arisen. "Tell me more about the remembering," Atreus requested as his lantern neared completion. "Is it always done alone, or do families sometimes participate together?" "Both have value," Lindy replied, setting aside another finished vessel. "Some memories belong uniquely to individuals and seek expression through solitary offering. Others represent shared experiences that family groups or even entire communities might honor collectively. During significant transitions, seasonal changes, community milestones, periods following collective hardship or celebration, the entire village might gather along the river, hundreds of lanterns illuminating the water simultaneously. And the river spirits, do they always appear? They manifest according to their own rhythms, their own purposes, Lindeth explained. Sometimes barely perceptible as ripples or brief glimmers beneath the surface, other times appearing more distinctly, particularly when memories offered carry strong emotional resonance or significance beyond individual experience. They glanced toward Kratos momentarily. Warriors' memories often draw powerful response, perhaps because they carry heightened awareness of life's precariousness, its precious transience. This observation seemed to briefly capture Kratos' attention, though his expression remained unreadable in the gathering darkness. He had positioned himself against a massive pine trunk, its rough bark at his back providing tactical advantage. Clear sight lines across the clearing while minimizing his own visibility and allowing quick response to potential threats from any direction. Old habits persisted despite the peaceful setting. "Does everyone who participates choose happy memories?" Atreus asked, voice quieter now, almost hesitant. "Or can they be sad ones too?" "Or authentic experience deserves acknowledgement," Lindy responded without judgment. "Joy, sorrow, accomplishment, regret, each shapes who we become. The Igra receives all offerings with equal acceptance without categorizing as humans might. Water flows around obstacles without resistance, adapting to whatever it encounters. So too does the river's awareness embrace the full spectrum of mortal experience." Kratos, overhearing this exchange, found himself unexpectedly affected by the concept. Throughout his long existence, he had practiced forgetting rather than remembering, pushing painful memories deep beneath layers of stoic detachment. The notion of deliberately selecting a memory for contemplation, for honoring, seemed foreign to his nature. Yet he recognized how Atreus, with Faye's guidance, had developed a different relationship to the past, one that acknowledged pain without being consumed by it. As darkness settled more completely across the valley, Lindy began lighting the completed lanterns. Using a slender stick of resinous wood that burned with a steady flame, they carefully ignited the small cups of oil nestled within each paper structure. The lanterns glowed from within, some emitting soft gold light, others pale violet or gentle blue, depending on the color of paper used in their construction. The colors carry meaning, Lindy explained as they worked. Gold for joy and gratitude, blue for wisdom gained through challenge, violet for love that transcends separation. They glanced briefly at Atreus. The Lady of the Wood provided materials for your vessel. She chose well. Atreus examined the nearly completed lantern in his hands, noting how the pale lavender paper seemed to intensify the light from within, creating a gentle radiance that felt simultaneously sorrowful and comforting. He had not consciously selected this particular sheet from his pouch, yet something about its color resonated with emotions he could not fully articulate. "I think I know which memory belongs here," he said quietly, surprising himself with the certainty that had crystallized during the meditative process of creation. As Lind continued lighting lanterns, the riverbank's transformation accelerated. The glowing flowers and reeds had intensified their illumination, creating a landscape where shadows and light engaged in continuous gentle dance. The water's surface reflected these luminous points, doubling their effect while adding rippling movement that transformed static patterns into flowing tapestries of light. Beyond the river's edge, new movements became visible as full darkness embraced the landscape. Subtle ripples disturbed the water's surface where no physical object could be detected. Occasionally, faint luminous forms appeared briefly above the gentle current, suggestions of humanoid shapes composed of water and light that emerged momentarily before dissolving back into the flow. "River spirits," Mimir identified in a hushed tone when Atreus glanced questioningly toward him. Or, perhaps more accurately, manifestations of the river's consciousness. The Vanir don't distinguish between deity and natural force the way other pantheons might. To them, the river itself possesses awareness, the capacity to receive, to witness, to remember. Lindy nodded agreement. The Igra accepts our offerings of memory and light, carries them downriver to where the waters join the sea. Nothing is lost, merely transformed, as water itself transforms from river to ocean to cloud to rain, returning always to its source. With the last of the lanterns completed and lit, Lindy rose gracefully to their feet, gathering several of the glowing vessels. "Now we release them to the current. Come." Atreus followed, cradling his own lantern carefully to protect its flame from the slight breeze that occasionally stirred across the water's surface. At the river's edge, where small wavelets lapped gently against the sandy shore, Linde demonstrated how to set the lanterns afloat, a careful placement rather than careless tossing, with a subtle push to guide each vessel into the gentle current. "As you release it, hold your chosen memory clearly in your thoughts," they instructed. "See it, feel it, acknowledge its significance. Then let the river carry it, not away from you forever, but into the greater flow that connects all moments, all lives." One by one, Lindy released their lanterns, each following a slightly different path as the river's subtle currents guided them. The glowing vessels created points of colorful light against the dark water, reflections doubling their radiance as they drifted gradually downstream. Then it was Atreus's turn. He knelt at the water's edge, his lantern cupped carefully between his palms. Its violet light illuminated his features from below, highlighting the intensity of his expression as he focused on his chosen memory. For several heartbeats, he remained motionless, eyes closed, lips moving slightly in silent communication. Then, with gentle deliberation, he placed the lantern on the water's surface and guided it forward with fingertips that lingered momentarily before allowing the current to claim the glowing vessel. From his position several paces back, Kratos observed his son's ritual with uncharacteristic emotion stirring beneath his stoic exterior. Though he could not know precisely which memory Atreus had chosen, something in the boy's posture, a combination of sorrow and reverence, suggested it involved Fae. Perhaps a moment shared between mother and son during those years when Kratos had remained distant, even within their small family circle. The god of war had never been given to sentimentality, viewing emotional attachment primarily as vulnerability to be guarded against rather than connection to be cultivated. Yet witnessing his son's deliberate honoring of memory, choosing to engage with loss rather than suppress it, stirred conflicted recognition. Perhaps there existed strength in this approach that differed from his own practiced detachment, but served similar purpose. Survival not merely of body, but of something deeper, more essential to what defined a being beyond mere continuation. As Atreus's lantern joined others already flowing downstream, something unexpected occurred. The river spirits, previously visible only as occasional ripples or fleeting suggestions of form, emerged more distinctly near the floating lights. Translucent figures composed of flowing water and subtle luminescence. They moved alongside the lanterns, sometimes reaching out with limbs that seemed more impression than substance, to touch the glowing vessels with evident curiosity or appreciation. Most surprising, however, was the sound that now emanated from the river itself, a gentle humming that gradually resolved into something more melodic. Not quite song in the conventional sense, but patterned vibrations that resonated with emotional qualities, peacefulness, acceptance, gratitude, and beneath these, a subtle current of joyful recognition. "They're singing," Soraeus whispered, transfixed by the spectacle. "The river acknowledges the offerings," Linde confirmed. "Each memory joins the Yggdra's own remembering, becomes part of the greater flow that has witnessed countless lives, countless moments of significance. Nothing truly ends here, it merely transforms." The melodic humming intensified as more lanterns entered the water, creating harmonies that seemed to vibrate not merely through air but through flesh and bone, touching something beyond ordinary hearing. These sound patterns carried no discernible words, yet somehow conveyed meaning, impressions of continuity, of cycles completing and beginning simultaneously, of individual experience joining collective awareness without losing its unique significance. "They sing to each memory differently," Lindy explained, voice softening to blend with the ambient melodies. "Listen carefully to the patterns responding to your own offering. They reflect how the river receives what you've shared, how it resonates within the greater flow." Atreus focused his attention on the sounds surrounding his floating lantern, now several yards downstream but still clearly visible by its distinctive violet glow. The harmonic patterns accompanying it seemed more complex than those around other vessels, layered tones that sometimes aligned in perfect consonance before diverging into brief, bittersweet dissonance that resolved into new harmonies. "It's beautiful," he said softly. "Sad but also peaceful somehow, like the sadness isn't fighting against anything anymore." "A wise observation," Mimir commented from his position at Kratos' belt, the head having remained uncharacteristically quiet during much of the ceremony. "Resistance often amplifies suffering. Acceptance, not dismissal or suppression, but genuine acknowledgement, allows pain to transform, to become something that flows rather than solidifies. As they watched, the lanterns continued their journey downstream, gradually gathering into patterns that seemed not entirely random. Currents guided certain vessels together while separating others, creating configurations that resembled constellations reflected upon the water's surface. The river spirits moved among these floating light partners, their translucent forms occasionally merging with particular lanterns in what appeared to be moments of communion or absorption. "Look there," Linde said softly, pointing toward a bend in the river where the floating lights created a particularly complex arrangement. The Igra weaves the memories into new patterns, finding connections between moments that may have seemed separate. This is why we come, why we remember together. What appears isolated in our individual experience reveals its connections when viewed from the river's perspective. Atreus's lantern had joined a cluster of others, their combined light creating a pool of violet and gold radiance that moved slowly around a gentle eddy before continuing downstream. Several river spirits hovered near this configuration, their humming intensifying to create harmonic patterns that resonated pleasantly in the chest and throat. "They like your memory," Linde observed, glancing at Atreus with evident approval. "Some offerings resonate more strongly with the river's awareness, moments of particular authenticity or significance." Atreus nodded, unable to fully articulate the complex emotions stirred by watching his memory, symbolized by the glowing lantern, join this greater communion of light and flowing water. There was sorrow, certainly, in acknowledging what had been lost. Yet something else emerged alongside it, a sense of continuity, of connection that transcended physical presence or absence. "I never thought remembering could feel like this," he said finally, voice barely audible above the water's gentle movement and the spirit's melodic humming. "Less like looking backward and more like..." He searched for words adequate to the experience. "More like recognizing something that continues, even if its form has changed." From his position near the tree line, Kratos absorbed this observation with unexpected resonance. Throughout centuries of existence, he had practiced strategic forgetting, burying painful memories beneath layers of stoic detachment, viewing remembrance primarily as weakness that compromised survival. Yet witnessing his son's experience suggested alternative perspective, that certain kinds of remembering might strengthen rather than diminish, might connect rather than isolate. The river spirits continued their dance around the floating lanterns, occasionally gathering around particular vessels with heightened interest before dispersing into more general patterns of movement. Their translucent forms seemed to grow more defined as the night deepened, features becoming discernible within the watery substance that composed them. Not individualized faces, but suggestions of expression, curiosity, welcome, contemplative appreciation. "Do they remember too?" Atreus asked, watching a particularly luminous spirit hover near his drifting lantern. "Or are they just the river's way of witnessing our memories?" "Both, in the Vanir understanding," Linde replied. "The spirits embody the river's accumulated awareness, every moment it has witnessed, every life that has touched its waters, every story carried upon its currents. They serve as bridge between individual memory and collective remembering, helping transform personal experience into something that nourishes the greater whole." Several spirits had begun moving in synchronous patterns around Atreus' lantern, and those that had joined it in the gentle eddy. Their coordinated movements resembled formal dance, not random motion but purposeful choreography that created shifting geometric patterns in perfect harmony with the musical vibrations that continued emanating from the river itself. "They're welcoming your mother," Mimir observed quietly, his magical perception apparently allowing insights beyond what physical senses alone might detect. Not summoning her spirit in the crude manner of necromancers, but acknowledging her presence within the memory you've offered. Quite beautiful, really. A recognition that those we remember continue existing within our consciousness, not as mere echoes, but as living influences that shape how we perceive and engage with present experience. This interpretation aligned with what Atreus felt but had struggled to articulate. The sense that his chosen memory of Faye somehow made her momentarily present, not as ghost or illusion, but as essential influence that remained active within his developing identity. Not merely recollection of what had been, but living connection that continued shaping what might yet become. As the lanterns drifted farther downstream, their individual lights gradually merging into collective glow that illuminated the river's surface in patches of gold, blue, and violet, Lindy turned toward Atreus with gentle inquiry. Some choose to follow their lanterns along the riverbank for a distance, they offered. Others prefer to remain at the launch point, allowing distance to develop between offering and observer. Both approaches have value within the ritual. What feels right to you? Atreus considered this choice, instinctively glancing toward his father before responding. Though Kratos made no obvious gesture, something in his posture suggested readiness to accommodate whatever preference his son might express. Despite his outward detachment from the ceremony itself, he remained attuned to Atreus' experience, prepared to support it according to the boy's needs rather than his own inclinations. I think I'd like to follow for a little while, Atreus decided. Not all the way to where the river meets the sea, but far enough to feel the distance developing gradually rather than all at once. Lindy nodded approval. A thoughtful choice. The remembering becomes different ritual depending on how we position ourselves relative to its unfolding. Come. There's a path that follows the river for some distance. We needn't hurry. The lanterns travel at their own pace, guided by currents deeper than what appears on the surface. As they prepared to follow the riverbank path, Lindy approached Kratos with respectful acknowledgement. You are welcome to join us, or to remain here as guardian of the launch point. Both roles hold significance within the ceremony. Kratos considered this invitation with characteristic economy of expression, weighing tactical considerations against his son's unspoken preferences. Though no obvious threats had manifested during their time by the river, habitual vigilance suggested maintaining defensive awareness rather than complete immersion in unfamiliar ritual. Yet he recognized Atreus' desire for his presence. The boy's developing confidence balanced against continued need for paternal protection and companionship. I will accompany you, he decided, his deep voice rumbling softly in the quiet night. Not elaborating on his reasoning or expectations, merely stating intention in the direct manner that characterized his communication. They set forth along the narrow path that paralleled the Immerse winding course, Lind leading with Atreus close behind, Kratos maintaining slight distance that allowed both protective oversight and respect for his son's independent participation in the experience. The path itself seemed to glow faintly beneath their feet, not from artificial illumination but from some luminous quality inherent in the soil itself, as if the ground had absorbed light from countless previous ceremonies and now released it in subtle radiance that guided their steps without dispelling the surrounding darkness. The Igra reshapes its banks with each season, Lindy explained as they walked, their voice blending harmoniously with the continuous sound of flowing water and the more ethereal melodies still emanating from the river spirits. What appears solid and unchanging from human perspective reveals itself as constantly transforming when observed across longer timescales. Shorelines shift, channels deepen or fill, Islands emerge and disappear, all while the essential nature of the river remains continuous despite these changes. Atreus noted how this observation applied equally to their journey itself. Apparently linear movement that contained endless variations within its forward progression. The river appeared differently from each new vantage point, revealing aspects invisible from previous positions while concealing others. Similarly, the floating lanterns created continuously evolving patterns as distance and perspective altered their apparent relationships to one another. "It's like watching stars," he remarked, observing how the glowing vessels created constellations that formed, dissolved, and reformed in endless variation. They make patterns that change depending on where you stand, when you look, how you connect them in your mind. "An apt comparison," Mimir commented. "Both stars and memories appear fixed from certain perspectives, yet reveal their dynamic nature when observed with sufficient patience or from multiple vantage points. The ancients recognized this parallel, how celestial movements mirror internal processes, how macrocosm reflect microcosm at different scales. Their path occasionally diverged from the immediate riverbank, winding through stands of ancient trees whose massive trunks had clearly witnessed centuries of similar processions. In these sections, direct view of the water temporarily disappeared, though sounds of flowing current and melodic humming remained constant companions. Each reunion with the river after such separations revealed new configurations among the floating lanterns. Patterns dissolved and reconstituted during moments when direct observation paused. "This too carries significance within the ritual," Lind explained during one such reunion with the water's edge. "The remembering includes moments of direct witnessing, alternating with periods of trust, accepting that what we cannot currently see nevertheless continues unfolding, according to patterns greater than our immediate perception." As they progressed downstream, the river gradually widened, its flow slowing as it spread across broader channel. Here, the lanterns drifted more languorously, creating denser constellations that lingered in gentle eddies or slow-moving pools before continuing their journey. The spirits accompanying these floating lights appeared more numerous as well, their watery forms occasionally rising several feet above the surface in ephemeral sculptures that collapsed back into flowing current after momentary manifestation. "We approach the gathering place," Linde identified, indicating wider section of riverbank ahead, where the path descended to meet a small pebbled beach. Here, the egress slows deliberately, creating space where memories may commune before continuing toward the sea. Many find this location particularly significant within the ritual, a place where individual offerings reveal their connections to greater patterns. Upon reaching this wider section of shore, they paused to observe the extraordinary spectacle unfolding upon the water. Dozens of lanterns, not only those they had released, but apparently others from upstream participants, had congregated in the broader channel, creating complex, shifting mandalas of colored light. The reflection of these patterns in the dark water doubled their effect, creating impression of cosmic display stretching both above and below the river's surface. The spirits had grown more defined, more numerous, their movements now clearly purposeful rather than random. They arranged themselves around and between the floating lights in what appeared to be deliberate choreography, creating flowing geometric patterns that continuously transformed while maintaining harmonious relationship to the melodic vibrations still emanating from the river itself. "They're dancing," Atreus whispered, transfixed by the ethereal spectacle. "The convergence of memory and awareness," Linda confirmed softly. "Individual recollections joining collective remembering through movement and sound." neither losing its uniqueness nor remaining isolated, a communion that honors both particular and universal simultaneously. Even Kratos seemed momentarily captivated by this display, his habitual vigilance briefly yielding to genuine attention directed toward phenomenon outside tactical assessment. Something in the fluid grace of the spirit's movement perhaps recalled ancient observations of similar rituals from his distant past, ceremonies witnessed but never participated in during youth, long since subsumed beneath centuries of warfare and divine manipulation. Atreus scanned the assembled lanterns, seeking the distinctive violet glow of his own contribution among dozens of similarly luminous vessels. He located it near the center of a particularly complex configuration, a spiral pattern where lights in varying shades of gold, blue, and violet rotated slowly around central point like planetary bodies orbiting invisible sun. There, he said softly, pointing toward his floating lantern, it's joined something larger. As all authentic offerings do, Lindy affirmed, the Igra recognizes connections between seemingly separate experiences, how joy and sorrow, accomplishment and loss, beginning and ending continuously flow into and through one another, creating patterns more significant than any isolated moment might suggest. As they watched from the pebbled shore, the spirit's dance intensified further, their movements becoming more elaborate while maintaining perfect synchronization with the river's melodic humming. Occasionally, individual spirits would approach specific lanterns, hovering momentarily, as if communing directly with the memories contained within, before rejoining the broader choreography. One particularly luminous spirit, larger than others, its watery form containing subtle hints of gold and green within predominant silver radiance, separated from the main gathering to approach shore, where Atreus stood observing. Though lacking distinct facial features, its general shape suggested feminine presence, an impression reinforced by graceful movement, reminiscent of dancers' deliberate poise. She comes to acknowledge your offering personally, Lindy explained with evident surprise. A rare honor, the Old Ones seldom interact directly with ceremony participants. The spirit paused at edge of shore, water flowing continuously through form that nevertheless maintained consistent shape despite this constant renewal of its substance. For several heartbeats it remained motionless, oriented toward Atreus, with what felt like expectant attention despite absence of recognizable sensory organs. "What should I do?" Atreus whispered, uncertain how to respond to this unexpected development. "Be present," Lindy advised simply. "Acknowledge the acknowledgement." Following this guidance, Atreus stepped closer to water's edge, stopping where small wavelets occasionally lapped against the toes of his boots. He made no elaborate gesture, merely inclined his head slightly in respectful recognition of the spirit's attention. In response, the luminous entity extended what might be interpreted as arm or perhaps wing, a flowing appendage that briefly stretched toward Atreus without actually touching him. As this gesture completed, harmonic tones unlike previous melodies emanated from the spirit's form. Higher, clearer notes that somehow conveyed gratitude and recognition simultaneously. "She thanks you," Mimir translated softly from his position at Kratos' belt, not merely for the offering itself, but for the authenticity behind it. Genuine remembrance untainted by self-deception or strategic editing. The Vanir value truth in emotional expression above all else, particularly regarding memories of those who have transformed beyond physical existence. Before Atreus could respond, the spirit performed brief, graceful movement, something between bow and dance gesture, before turning to rejoin the larger congregation still engaged in elaborate choreography around the floating lanterns. Its departure left momentary vacancy in the air, as if something significant had briefly manifested, before returning to greater flow from which it had temporarily emerged. An honor indeed, Linde repeated, their voice carrying unmistakable respect. The Old Ones witnessed Ygri's original sacrifice, remaining within the river when she transformed. They serve as memory keepers for the Vanir, preserving experiences that might otherwise fade from collective awareness across generations. This unexpected interaction seemed to mark natural conclusion to their downstream journey. The lanterns would continue toward distant sea, carrying memories beyond immediate observation, but the ceremonial witness had completed its essential purpose. What remained now was integration, rather than continued observation, allowing the experience to settle within consciousness rather than extending physical participation. We should return, Lindy suggested gently. The remembering continues without our presence, but its gift to us requires time for assimilation. Dreams tonight will likely carry echoes of what has been witnessed, weaving the experience more deeply into awareness than waking contemplation alone might accomplish. Their return journey unfolded in comfortable silence, retracing path along riverbank with occasional glimpses of distant, still visible lanterns continuing their downstream progress. The night had deepened considerably during their ceremonial participation, stars emerging in brilliant clarity through gaps in forest canopy overhead. Their illumination seemed somehow more vibrant than usual, as if the ritual's focus on inner light had heightened perception of external radiance as well. By the time they reached original launching point, the clearing had transformed through absence of human presence. Wildlife had reclaimed the space, not fearfully, but with apparent recognition of sacred territory, temporarily yielded to human purpose, now returning to more inclusive sharing. A fox paused briefly at forest edge, assessing newcomers with intelligent consideration before continuing its nocturnal business without alarm. Small amphibians croaked rhythmic greetings from reedy shoreline, while insects contributed their own melodic vibrations to night's complex symphony. I'll participate in the remembering in their own ways, Lindy observed as they gathered minimal materials remaining from earlier preparations. Each living being carries memories, experiences that shape identity and behavior. Though humans may construct more elaborate narratives around such recollections, the fundamental process extends throughout conscious existence. As they prepared to depart, Linde approached Atreus with formal but genuine gesture, hands pressed together briefly before opening like book to reveal small objects nestled in their palm. It appeared to be miniature version of the lantern Atreus had created and released. Perfect replica rendered in material that resembled the original paper but somehow more substantial, more permanent. A remembrance of your remembering, they explained, offering this token with ceremonial respect. Tradition provides these to first-time participants as tangible connection to intangible experience. You need not keep it forever. It serves its purpose merely by existing for whatever duration proves meaningful to you. Atreus accepted this gift with equal formality, recognizing significance beyond mere souvenir. The miniature lantern weighed almost nothing in his palm, yet carried impression of substance far exceeding its physical properties. Connection to experience that would continue developing within his awareness long after the actual ceremony had concluded. "Thank you," he said simply, tucking the token carefully into same pouch that had carried original materials. "For teaching me, for showing me this tradition. Gratitude flows both ways," Linde responded with slight bow. Each new participant brings fresh perspective to ancient practice, preventing ritual from becoming mere repetition without meaning. Your presence tonight, contributed to the Igra's continuing awareness, as surely as the memory you offered to its waters. As the small group prepared for separate journeys, Linda presumably returning to nearby Vania settlement while Kratos and Atreus began their homeward trek, the river's melodic humming softened to barely perceptible background tone. The spirits had dispersed or submerged, their elaborate dance concluded for this particular gathering. Yet subtle luminescence remained across water's surface, not individual lights but general shimmer, suggesting continued presence beneath visible manifestation. "The remembering never truly ends," Lindy said in parting. "Like the river itself, it flows continuously, whether witnessed or unobserved. We dip momentarily into this current through ritual, but the current exists independent of our participation. Perhaps that's the most significant lesson, that memory transcends individual consciousness while simultaneously requiring it for expression." With these words offering closure to formal ceremony, they exchanged final farewells before separating. Linda following shoreline path that presumably led toward their home, while Kratos and Atreus began ascent toward forest trail that would eventually return them to familiar territory. Their journey back through the forest unfolded in peaceful silence, the sprites occasionally darting ahead to illuminate particularly uneven sections of the path before resuming their random dance among ancient tree trunks. Atreus walked close beside his father, not from childish fear of darkness, but from a desire for proximity that needed no verbal expression. "Did it help?" Kratos asked eventually, his deep voice surprisingly gentle in the night's quietude. Atreus considered the question carefully, understanding its layers. Had the ritual eased some portion of his grief? Had it fulfilled whatever purpose Faye might have intended in wanting him to experience this Vania tradition? "Yes," he replied finally, "not by making me forget, or even by making the sadness smaller, but by showing me that remembering doesn't have to mean being trapped in what's gone." He glanced up at his father's profile, stern yet somehow softened in the sprite's diffused illumination. "The memory isn't just mine anymore. It's part of something larger now. Like Mother is part of something larger, even if we can't see or touch her." Kratos offered no immediate response, yet his hand briefly found Atreus' shoulder, a gesture that conveyed more than words might have managed. They continued homeward through the ancient forest, accompanied by the dancing lights of curious sprites and the distant sound of the Igra's flowing waters carrying memories towards some unseen destination. Later that night, as Atreus drifted towards sleep in their cabin's familiar comfort, the gentle humming of the river spirits seemed to echo in his consciousness, not as memory exactly, but as continuing presence, a melodic undercurrent beneath ordinary awareness. In the space between wakefulness and dreams, he glimpsed again the pattern of lanterns flowing downstream, carrying moments of significance into a greater communion of light and water and remembering. His chosen memory, that dawn moment shared with Faye, no longer felt sealed away in unreachable past, but somehow present, transformed yet continuing, like water itself, changing form while maintaining essential nature. As sleep embraced him more completely, Atreus carried this understanding into dreams, where rivers flowed between stars and lanterns guided travelers across the vast distances separating worlds. Morning arrived with gentle insistence, sunlight filtering through cabin windows to touch Atreus' face with warmth that gradually drew him from deep sleep. He woke with the lingering sense of having traveled great distances during the night, though his body had remained safely within familiar surroundings. Something had shifted within him, subtle yet significant, like the careful refolding of paper that transformed flat surface into vessel capable of carrying light. Kratos had already risen, his sleeping area empty, the cabin door slightly ajar to admit fresh air carrying scents of pine and distant water. Atreus joined his father outside, where Kratos stood with characteristic stillness, gaze directed eastward toward mountains partially obscured by morning mist. "Did you dream?" Atreus asked, the question emerging without conscious intention. Kratos glanced down at his son, expression unreadable yet somehow less guarded than usual. "Yes," he answered simply, offering no details yet not dismissing the inquiry outright. They stood together in comfortable silence, morning light strengthening around them, forest creatures resuming daily patterns of movement and sound. The peace of the previous evening's ritual seemed to have followed them home, not erasing the challenges that awaited, but perhaps providing different perspective from which to approach them. Later, as they prepared for the day's necessary tasks, Atreus removed the miniature lantern from his pouch, studying its delicate construction with renewed appreciation. Though physically tiny, it seemed to contain expansiveness beyond its dimensions, connection to experience that continued unfolding within consciousness long after the actual event had concluded. He placed this token carefully on the small shelf where he kept personal treasures, items collected during their journeys that held particular significance. Beside the carved wooden animals Faye had made for him as a child, the miniature lantern caught morning light in a way that briefly illuminated surrounding objects, casting gentle shadows that seemed to pulse with subtle rhythm, reminiscent of flowing water. "Mother knew," he said quietly, more to himself than to either Kratos or Mimir. "She knew I would need to learn how to remember differently." Outside their cabin, sunlight strengthened across the forest canopy, illuminating autumn's gradual transformation of green to gold and crimson. The world continued its eternal cycles of change and renewal, while memories, carried by lanterns, by rivers, by hearts that learned to honor without clinging, flowed onward, joining greater currents that connected all moments across the vast distances of time and space and understanding. In the quiet morning light, Atreus felt Faye's presence, not as ghost or illusion, but as continuing influence, transformed yet persistent, like river changing course while maintaining essential nature. The lantern ritual had not diminished his awareness of her absence, but had somehow altered its quality. Less jagged emptiness, more flowing acknowledgement of what remained despite physical separation. "Ready yourself," Kratos instructed, interrupting these contemplations with practical focus characteristic of their daily routine. "We hunt today. The winter approaches, and our stores require replenishing." Atreus nodded, gathering his bow and quiver with practiced efficiency. Life continued its forward movement, with necessary tasks demanding attention regardless of philosophical insights or emotional transformations. Yet something had changed in how he carried yesterday within today, a subtle shift in relationship between memory and present moment, between what had been lost and what continued. As they departed their cabin for the day's hunting expedition, Atreus glanced back at the small structure that had been home throughout his childhood. Sunlight illuminated its wooden walls with golden radiance reminiscent of lanterns floating on dark water. For a brief moment, he imagined Faye standing in the doorway, as she had countless times during his earlier years, watching him depart while remaining center point to which he would inevitably return. The image dissolved as quickly as it had formed, yet without the painful contraction that typically accompanied such recollections. Instead, he felt curious lightness, acknowledgement that memory need not become burdened when carried properly. when allowed to flow rather than solidify into grief that resisted natural transformation. "I'm ready," he said, turning to follow his father into the forest, ready not merely for day's practical challenges, but for continuing journey of becoming, process that incorporated past experience without being limited by it, that honored what had been while remaining open to what might yet emerge. The river Igra continued its flow beyond their direct perception, carrying lanterns and memories toward distant horizon where water met sky in continuous exchange that transcended ordinary boundaries. Similarly, Atreus carried his experience of the remembering forward into each new day, not as completed event, but as continuing process, teaching him how past and present might flow together rather than opposing one another in painful contradiction. In this flowing awareness, he recognized Faye's final and perhaps most significant gift, not merely protection during his vulnerable early years or preparation for challenges that awaited, but modeling of relationship with time itself that allowed full participation in present moment without denying what had come before or anxiously anticipating what might follow. The lantern's light continued burning within him, gentle illumination that transformed memory from weight into wing, from boundary into horizon, from ending into cyclical return, that honored impermanence without surrendering to despair. This understanding accompanied Atreus and Kratos as they moved deeper into the forest, their footsteps leaving temporary impressions that would gradually disappear, yet contribute to continuing story written across landscape, both external and internal, narrative of lives interwoven with greater patterns that transcended individual experience while simultaneously depending upon it for expression. As the memory of the lanterns flowing down the river Egra settled into Atreus's consciousness, becoming part of the tapestry of experiences that shaped his understanding of the world, new wonders awaited father and son on their continuing journey through the 9 realms. Just as the river had carried their memories toward distant horizons, the paths of fate would soon lead them toward the night skies, where ancient cosmic forces wove patterns of light that connected the realms in ways few mortals ever witnessed. The wisdom Atreus had gained at the river Egra, learning to honor the past without being imprisoned by it, would serve him well in the challenges ahead. For as the seasons turned and the constellations shifted their eternal dance overhead, Kratos and Atreus would find themselves drawn to another place of power and mystery, where the boundaries between earth and sky grew thin enough to touch. As one journey of understanding concluded, another began beneath the watchful gaze of stars older than the gods themselves. As twilight descended across Vanaheim, Atreus found himself alone at the edge of their small camp. The day's hunt had been successful, and Kratos now slept deeply beside the dying embers of their fire, his massive frame rising and falling with each slow breath. Mimir, too, had drifted into whatever passed for slumber in his unique existence, his wooden features relaxed in rare tranquility. The severed head rarely allowed himself such vulnerability, but the serenity of this particular valley seemed to have eased even his perpetual vigilance. Atreus could not explain the restlessness that kept sleep at bay. Perhaps it was the unusual clarity of the night sky, unveiled by a break in Vanaheim's typically dense forest canopy. Perhaps it was the whispers he had been hearing since midday, not threatening or alarming, but persistent, like distant wind chimes carried on a breeze too gentle to feel. They reminded him of the stories his mother used to tell on winter nights, when the darkness pressed close against their cabin walls, and the wind spoke in voices almost, but not quite, human. He glanced once more at his father before making his decision. Kratos had been pushing himself hard these past days, even by his formidable standards. Their journey through Vanaheim had presented unexpected challenges, not the typical dangers of Draugr or trolls, but rather geographical puzzles that required constant navigation and renegotiation. The strain showed even in the god of war's iron constitution, manifesting as deeper lines around his eyes, and a slight heaviness in movements normally fluid despite their power. He would not wake until dawn. The boy retrieved his bow, never left behind, even for a short excursion, and checked the hunting knife secured at his hip. The weapon had been a gift from Brock, its blade etched with runes that glowed faintly in darkness. Though not as impressive as his father's axe, the knife had served him well in situations where silence mattered more than force. With practiced quiet, Atreus slipped away from the campsite, following the subtle call that had been teasing the edges of his consciousness throughout the afternoon and evening. The path led upward, winding through groves of silver-barked trees whose leaves shimmered with faint luminescence. Their trunks rose straight and true, unmarred by the twisted deformities that characterized much of Vanaheim's flora. The silver bark seemed to absorb moonlight and reflect it back with gentle enhancement, creating natural illumination that made torch or fire unnecessary. Unlike the more dangerous regions of Vanaheim, this hillside seemed remarkably peaceful. No Draugr lurked between ancient trunks, no poisonous flora threatened unwary travelers. Even the nightbirds sang softly, rather than issuing their usual territorial warnings. "Mother once told me about places like this," Atreus whispered to himself, recalling conversations from what now seemed another lifetime. Pockets where the realm remembers its original nature, before the wars between Vanir and Aesir. According to Faye's stories, such locations retain something of the primordial harmony that had once characterized Vanaheim in its entirety. A glimpse of what might have been, had history followed a different course. The Vanir, she had explained, understood growth and renewal in ways the Aesir never could, their magic rooted in cycles of nature rather than dominion over it. As he climbed higher, the forest thinned, giving way to gentle meadows carpeted with flowers that should not have bloomed at night. Their petals opened toward the stars rather than the sun, collecting dew that glowed with subtle iridescence. Each blossom appeared distinct from its neighbors, some with spiral patterns reminiscent of galaxies, others with straight lines like constellations, still others with complex geometries that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. The air grew noticeably lighter, fresher, as if each breath contained some essential nourishment beyond mere oxygen. The whispers grew more distinct as well, resolving into delicate melodies without words, or perhaps with words, in a language too ancient or ethereal for conventional understanding. They seemed to originate from somewhere above, drawing him ever upward with their haunting beauty. Occasionally, Atreus caught fragments that resonated with meaning, impressions of welcome, of anticipation, of recognition, though no clear statements emerged from the musical flow. Small creatures watched his passage from the safety of flowering bushes, not the usual rabbits or foxes, but beings that resembled them while clearly belonging to a different order of existence. Their eyes reflected starlight with unusual intensity, and their movements possessed a deliberate grace that suggested intelligence beyond animal instinct. None approached or fled. They simply observed with calm curiosity as Atreus continued his ascent. The hillside grew steeper, requiring more deliberate navigation. Atreus found himself using skills developed during their extensive travels, testing footholds before committing his weight, using saplings for balance without damaging them, reading the terrain for the path of least resistance. The climbing challenged without threatening, each obstacle overcome providing subtle satisfaction rather than relief from danger. When Atreus reached the hill's summit, he stopped abruptly, breath catching in his throat. Before him lay a glade unlike any he had previously encountered in their extensive travels. The ground formed a perfect circle, perhaps 50 paces across, rimmed with stones that appeared to have grown naturally from the earth, rather than being placed by conscious design. Each stone bore subtle patterns that corresponded to particular stars visible in the night sky above, creating a terrestrial reflection of celestial arrangements. At the glade's center floated what could only be described as a nest, though no bird that had ever lived could have constructed such a wonder. The structure hovered several feet above the ground, gently rotating like a planet around an invisible sun. Woven from threads of what appeared to be solidified moonlight, it formed a dome, perhaps twice Atreus's height, with intricate patterns that shifted and flowed as if responding to unseen currents. These patterns occasionally resolved into recognizable forms, trees, animals, human figures, before dissolving back into abstract configurations that nonetheless conveyed meaning beyond specific imagery. Scattered throughout these silvery strands were motes of light that pulsed with soft radiance, creating an effect reminiscent of stars viewed through a diaphanous cloud. The Star Weaver's Nest, Atreus breathed, the name arising from his memory of one of Faye's more obscure tales, a legend she had shared on a winter night when sleep eluded him much as it did now. According to the story, the nest existed at the boundary between wakefulness and dreams, a place where the substance of slumber was crafted before being distributed to mortal minds across the realms. Faye had spoken of it as metaphor rather than literal place, a way of understanding how consciousness and unconsciousness interrelated rather than a physical location one might visit. Yet here it stood before him, exactly as she had described in her gentle, teaching voice. For a long while he simply stood at the glade's edge, mesmerized by the nest's gentle rotation and the harmonious tones that emanated from its crystalline structure. There seemed to be no danger here, no sense of threat or malevolence, only a profound serenity that gradually eased the restlessness that had driven him from camp. The music flowing from the structure organized itself around themes that evolved and returned, like conversations between ancient friends, complex but never chaotic, novel but somehow deeply familiar. The night air caressed his skin with perfect temperature, neither warm nor cool but precisely balanced between extremes. Even gravity seemed gentler here, each movement requiring less effort than normal, as if his body had shed some fraction of its usual physical constraints. Breathing deepened naturally, his lungs finding rhythm with the nest's rotation and the melodic patterns flowing from it. Eventually, curiosity overcame caution. Atreus stepped into the glade, half expecting some barrier to repel him or alarm to sound. Instead, the melodic whispers intensified slightly, as if acknowledging his presence, with something approaching welcome. The grass beneath his feet felt unusually springy, each blade perfect in its formation, untouched by blight or decay. Where his steps fell, subtle luminescence bloomed momentarily before fading back to normal coloration, creating a temporary trail that marked his passage. The rimming stones seemed to observe his progress with benevolent attention, their crystalline structures catching and refracting starlight in patterns that shifted as he passed each one. Though they possessed no obvious sensory organs, Atreus distinctly perceived, as if ancient awareness resided within the mineral formations, not consciousness as he understood it, but some fundamental capacity for recognition that preceded the division between animate and inanimate existence. As he approached the hovering nest, details became clearer. What had appeared from a distance as simple threads revealed themselves as intricate lattices of interconnected filaments, each containing patterns reminiscent of written language. though not one Atreus recognized, despite his facility with numerous tongues. These markings flowed like water, occasionally merging to form larger symbols before separating again into their component elements. The motes of light moved purposefully along these threads, occasionally gathering in clusters before dispersing again in choreographed sequence. The rotation revealed different aspects of the structure as Atreus circled it slowly. From some angles, the dome appeared nearly transparent, offering glimpses of swirling colors within. From others, it seemed solid and opaque, its surface reflecting starlight with mirror-like precision. The variance depended not only on position but on some quality of attention. Different ways of seeing yielded different manifestations, as if the nest existed simultaneously in multiple states, until observation temporarily resolved it into particular form. When he stood directly beneath the structure, Atreus noticed something he had not observed from afar. An opening at the nest's base, roughly circular and just large enough to admit a person of his size. Unlike the rest of the structure, this aperture remained constant regardless of viewing angle, a fixed point in the otherwise fluid architecture. Whether this entrance existed by design or coincidence remained unclear, but its presence suggested at least the possibility of further exploration. "Father would tell me to be cautious," he murmured, assessing potential risks. Yet nothing about this place triggered his well-honed warning instincts. If anything, he felt an unusual sense of security, as if the nest itself offered protection rather than peril. The dangers they typically encountered, hostile creatures, malevolent spirits, traps set by suspicious gods, seemed inconceivable in this harmonious environment where every element existed in perfect relation to every other. Still, prudence suggested a graduated approach. Atreus extended his hand slowly toward the nearest portion of the structure, prepared to withdraw at the first sign of adverse reaction. When his fingers made contact with the silvery threads, he experienced not temperature or texture in ordinary sense, but rather a gentle vibration that traveled up his arm and resonated briefly in his chest before dissipating. The sensation carried no discomfort, only brief connection to the energy animating the peculiar architecture. Decision made, Atreus set his bow carefully on the ground, still within reach should need arise, but a gesture of respect toward this clearly sacred space. Then, with measured movements, he stepped directly beneath the opening and found himself gently lifted upward as if carried by an invisible current. The bow rose alongside him, maintaining its relative position rather than remaining on the ground as expected. The sensation was not alarming, but rather like floating in perfectly temperate water, supported from all sides by gentle pressure that guided rather than constrained. No physical mechanism explained the levitation, no wind or obvious magical energy, yet the movement continued with smooth inevitability. In moments, he had passed through the circular entrance and entered the interior of the Starweaver's nest, his bow accompanying him as if acknowledging its status as extension of himself rather than separate object. Inside, the structure appeared vastly larger than its external dimensions suggested, a phenomenon Atreus had encountered before in certain magical spaces. The dome soared above him, its inner surface alive with constellations that did not match any night sky he had ever studied. These star patterns moved in slow rotation, occasionally forming connections between previously separate clusters, creating ephemeral images that told stories without words. Between these stellar arrangements flowed rivers of luminescent threads, constantly rearranging themselves into new configurations. The floor beneath his feet consisted of what appeared to be cloud stuff, solid enough to support his weight, yet yielding like the finest down bedding. It undulated subtly with the nest's rotation, creating a gentle rocking motion reminiscent of a cradle. With each step, the surface responded to his presence, firming where support was needed, softening where comfort took precedence over structure. His bowels settled beside him, resting securely despite the unusual surface. Most remarkable, however, were the floating orbs that drifted throughout the space. Hundreds of them, varying in size from a walnut to a melon, each containing swirling patterns of color and light. They moved with apparent intelligence, occasionally merging briefly before separating again, exchanging portions of their luminous contents in the process. Their movements formed complex choreography that somehow avoided collisions despite constant motion within limited space. The larger spheres generally maintained higher positions, while smaller ones circulated at lower elevations, though exceptions to this pattern occurred with sufficient frequency to suggest choice rather than fixed hierarchy. Dreams, Aorus whispered, understanding flowing into him as naturally as breath. These orbs contained dreams in various stages of formation, some barely conceived wisps of potential, others elaborate narratives nearly ready for delivery to their sleeping recipients. Each represented unique combination of elements, memory and imagination, fear and desire, recent experience and ancient knowledge, woven together to serve purposes ranging from simple rest to profound revelation. As this realization crystallized, one of the smaller orbs detached itself from a passing cluster and drifted toward him. It hovered at eye level, pulsing gently as if inviting attention. Its surface displayed predominantly blue and green hues, swirling in patterns reminiscent of ocean currents viewed from great height. Tentatively, Atreus extended his hand, stopping just short of contact, uncertain whether interaction would disrupt whatever process the orb currently underwent. "May I?" he asked softly, unsure if permission was required, or even if any entity existed to grant it. His words emerged as visible breath, despite comfortable temperature, each syllable briefly illuminated before dissipating into the surrounding atmosphere. In response, the orb descended to rest in his palm. It weighed nothing, yet felt substantive, like holding a bubble that refused to burst. Though no obvious membrane contained it, the sphere maintained perfect form regardless of how he moved his hand. Within its translucent surface, colors shifted and flowed, gradually resolving into recognizable imagery. A child running through summer meadows, chasing butterflies whose wings contained galaxies. The scene conveyed such pure joy that Atreus found himself smiling in unconscious response. "A child's dream," he murmured, somehow knowing this vision was destined for a young girl in a distant village, her first peaceful sleep after recovering from long illness. The knowledge came without explanation, simply present in his mind as if it had always belonged there. He could see her face, though he had never met her. Round cheeks still thin from recent fever, dark hair spread across simple pillows, small hands relaxed in healing slumber. The dream contained more than mere imagery. As Atreus held the orb, he perceived emotional currents flowing beneath its visual surface. Relief replacing prolonged anxiety, freedom displacing confinement, possibility returning after confrontation with limitation. These elements intertwined with sensory impressions, the scent of wildflowers, the warmth of sunlight, the tickle of grass against bare feet, creating holistic experience rather than mere mental picture. The orb lingered in his hand for several more heartbeats before gently rising and rejoining its companions. As it departed, another approached, this one larger and swirling with deeper hues of amber and bronze. When Atreus received it, the imagery within depicted an elderly craftsman completing a masterwork begun decades earlier, finishing the final details with hands made strong and steady despite their actual arthritis. The emotional resonance of accomplishment and legacy fulfilled brought unexpected moisture to the boy's eyes. This pattern continued, different dreams approaching for brief sharing before returning to their original paths. Each seemed drawn to him by some quality of affinity, as if his presence created gentle magnetism that temporarily diverted their courses without disrupting their essential journeys. No compulsion drove these interactions. The orbs approached with what felt like curiosity or offering, rather than obligation. One by one, dreams approached him, each sharing its essence before moving on. A scholar discovering long-sought knowledge in ancient texts, the parchment seeming to illuminate from within as crucial connections formed between previously separate ideas. A farmer watching rain end a devastating drought, soil darkening with life-giving moisture, while crops visibly strengthened before his wondering eyes. A mother finding her lost child safe and unharmed. The terror of separation dissolving into relief so profound, it transformed her perception of ordinary existence. A warrior laying down arms to embrace a former enemy, finding greater strength in reconciliation than had ever been possible through combat. Some dreams were mundane, finding a missing object, enjoying a favored meal, conversation with a friend long absent. Others soared with impossible fantasy, flight through painted skies where colors had texture and sound, exploration of underwater kingdoms where breathing posed no difficulty and pressure created pleasure rather than danger, communication with creatures that had never existed outside imagination, yet conveyed wisdom unavailable from actual sources. All possessed the peculiar logic of dreamscapes, where inconsistencies went unquestioned, and limitations dissolved without explanation or justification. After witnessing perhaps 24 such visions, Atreus noticed a pattern forming in the nest around him. The drifting orbs had begun arranging themselves in concentric circles, rotating in alternating directions like the mechanisms of some cosmic timepiece. Smaller dreams occupied inner rings, while larger ones formed outer circles, creating stratified arrangement that nonetheless maintained continuous exchange between layers. At the center of this formation, directly above where he stood, a disturbance appeared in the fabric of the dome. A gentle swirling of threads that gradually coalesced into a column of soft light extending downward. This illumination possessed a quality different from the dreams or the nest's structure, a sense of presence rather than mere phenomenon. Though it formed no recognizable shape, Atreus felt certainty that he was in the company of something conscious, attentive, and immeasurably ancient. The light pulsed with rhythms that suggested respiration despite having no physical lungs, creating impression of living entity operating according to principles beyond conventional biology. The Star Weaver, he breathed, the name coming unbidden to his lips. The words emerged with conviction despite lack of confirming evidence. Knowledge arising from some deeper source than rational deduction or remembered description. The light pulsed once in what felt like acknowledgement. Though no words were spoken, understanding blossomed in Atreus' mind. Not imposed, but offered. Like knowledge recalled rather than newly acquired. Images and concepts flowed into his consciousness, forming coherent communication without requiring translation into specific language. The Starweaver had existed since the earliest days of creation, neither god nor giant, but something outside conventional categorization. It preceded the artificial boundaries between divine hierarchies, operating according to principles established when consciousness first differentiated from primordial chaos. It gathered the substance of dreams from thoughts, hopes, fears, and memories that filtered upward from the sleeping realms, weaving them into experiences that would bring necessary insight, comfort, warning, or simple rest to their recipient. This work continued without interruption, regardless of the conflicts that raged between pantheons or the rise and fall of civilizations. The Star Weaver remained neutral in these struggles, concerned only with maintaining the essential rhythm of consciousness and unconsciousness that sustained mortal existence. Gods might claim authority over sleep or dreams, hypnot among Norse, but such jurisdiction represented political convenience rather than fundamental truth. The Weaver acknowledged these figures without submitting to their authority, maintaining independence that predated their very conception. Visitors to the nest were rare but not unprecedented. Those who found their way here were invariably drawn by some significant junction in their life's path, a moment when the guidance of dreams might prove particularly valuable. Some came in physical form, as Atreus had. Others arrived through dream walking, their sleeping minds temporarily liberated from bodily constraint. All received what they genuinely needed, though this rarely matched initial expectations or conscious desires. As this understanding settled within him, Atreus felt a question forming. Not spoken, but nonetheless clear. Would he choose to observe the Weaver's work, or participate in it? The invitation carried no pressure, only possibility. He could remain a witness to this ancient process, or he could contribute to it in some small way, adding his own thread to the vast tapestry being continuously created. Atreus considered the options carefully. Observation offered safety and continued learning without risk of interference. Participation, however, suggested opportunity to affect others, perhaps positively, though his limited understanding created potential for unintended consequences. The responsible choice might be continued passive reception until greater comprehension developed. Yet something deeper than rational assessment guided his decision, an intuitive recognition that participation itself might yield understanding unavailable through mere observation. His mother had often emphasized this principle during his education, insisting that certain knowledge emerged only through engaged practice rather than theoretical study. "I would like to help," Atreus said quietly, "if I am permitted." His voice carried unusual resonance within the nest's interior, each word creating subtle ripples through the cloud floor beneath his feet. The column of light brightened momentarily before extending a tendril toward him. The luminous appendage moved with deliberate grace, conveying neither threat nor urgency, but simply purposeful connection. Where it touched his forehead, Atreus felt warmth spread through his consciousness, not invasive but gently instructive, showing, rather than telling, how dream stuff could be gathered and shaped. The knowledge unfolded in layers, first principles governing dream substance itself, then techniques for handling this delicate material, finally guidelines for creating balanced experiences tailored to specific needs. Atreus learned that dreams required particular equilibrium between structure and fluidity, between familiar elements and novel possibilities, between comfort and challenge. Too much safety created stagnation. Too much innovation produced incoherence. Effective dreams operated at the boundary between known and unknown, facilitating necessary transitions rather than reinforcing existing patterns or imposing arbitrary disruptions. Understanding the process now, he closed his eyes and extended his awareness outward. His thoughts brushed against the raw material of dreams, emotions, images, fragments of memory that flowed like currents through the nest. This substance possessed unusual characteristics, simultaneously solid enough to hold shape, yet fluid enough to adapt continuously. Influenced by intention without being fully controlled by it, with careful concentration, he gathered a small portion of this essence, cradling it in his mind as it began taking form. The substance responded to his intention, though not always precisely as expected. Atreus found that dreaming required a delicate balance between direction and allowance. Too much control resulted in rigid, lifeless constructs, while too little produced shapeless chaos. The ideal approach involved suggesting a starting point, then permitting the dream's natural tendencies to unfold with gentle guidance rather than domination. Like archery, the process required both deliberate aim and recognition that once released, the arrow would follow its own path, modified by wind and gravity. His first attempt produced a simple vision of forest exploration, infused with the wonder he himself had experienced when first learning to track game under Faye's tutelage. He included sensory details that had particularly impressed him. The varied textures of bark beneath curious fingers, the subtle distinctions between animal movements revealed in disturbed undergrowth, the satisfied exhaustion following days spent in active learning. The completed dream resembled a small golden orb, less sophisticated than those crafted by the Star Weaver, but viable nonetheless. The column of light extended another tendril, which lifted the newly created dream from Atreus's palm and carried it into the rotating constellation of orbs. There it found a place among its companions, its golden surface occasionally brushing against neighboring dreams in greeting or exchange. Though modestly sized and simple in structure, the orb pulsed with genuine vitality, its essence containing authentic experience rather than artificial construction. This authenticity, Atreus somehow knew, would compensate for whatever technical limitations characterized his initial creation. Encouraged, Atreus attempted a second dream, this one inspired by his memories of storytelling beside evening fires. He recalled the particular comfort of those moments, fatigue from day's work creating pleasant heaviness, while Faye's voice painted images more vivid than physical sight could capture. The resulting orb gleamed with amber warmth, containing narratives that would branch and adapt according to the dreamer's own responses, rather than following fixed storyline, regardless of individual preference. His third creation emerged from more complex emotional territory, the bittersweet recognition of growth that requires leaving certain comforts behind. This theme had dominated his recent experiences with Kratos, as their journey necessitated abandonment of familiar patterns while revealing previously undiscovered strengths. The dream materialized as a sphere of shifting blue-green hues, similar to the ocean's surface viewed from below, light penetrating to different depths, creating bands of varied illumination. Within this atmospheric environment, the dream contained symbolic representations of transition, doors opening to unexpected vistas, familiar objects transformed through new perspective, limitations revealed as temporary boundaries rather than permanent constraints. With each attempt, Atreus gained confidence and subtlety. The initial tentative experiments gave way to more nuanced creations, incorporating multiple layers of meaning and experience. The Star Weaver offered occasional corrections through gentle pulses of guidance, showing how to balance elements or resolve contradictions that might disturb a sleeper's rest. These adjustments never undermined Atreus's essential vision, but rather enhanced its effectiveness through technical refinements beyond his current skill level. The process became meditative, focusing his attention so completely that time ceased to hold meaning. Each dream required full presence, engaging not only creativity, but empathy, the ability to imagine how particular combinations of image, emotion, and narrative might affect someone unlike himself. This exercise in perspective-taking came naturally to Atreus, who had always possessed unusual sensitivity to others' experiences, despite his limited social exposure. After completing what might have been his 7th or 8th dream, he had lost precise count. Atreus noticed a new orb approaching him. Unlike those he had previously encountered or created, this one shimmered with a silvery iridescence that somehow suggested greater significance. Its surface displayed unusual stability compared to the constant flux characterizing most dreams, indicating either completed development or exceptional internal coherence. When it settled into his waiting hands, the imagery within resolved into a scene both familiar and strange. Himself and Kratos, standing before a doorway formed of intertwined roots and stone, preparing to step through into brilliant light. Though the perspective came from behind them, preventing view of their faces, their postures conveyed profound determination tinged with solemnity. As if they approached a moment of irrevocable decision. Their hands were joined, a connection rarely manifested in waking life, but powerfully symbolic within the dream's context. The emotional resonance of the dream scene carried complex harmonies, resolution following extended conflict, acceptance of necessary sacrifice, hope transcending present difficulty. Most notably, it conveyed a sense of shared purpose between father and son, their individual strengths aligned toward common cause despite the considerable differences in their natures. The scene suggested culmination, not ending but transformation, completion of one phase creating foundation for the next. "Is this?" Atreus began, then hesitated, unsure how to frame his question. His thoughts fluctuated between several possibilities. Was this prophecy? Memory from another timeline? Symbolic representation of psychological truth? Manifestation of his own unacknowledged hopes regarding their relationship's development? The Starweaver's light pulsed with what felt like gentle negation. This was not prophecy in the conventional sense, but rather one possible configuration of future events. A path that might manifest depending on countless choices yet unmade. Dreams sometimes reflected such potentialities, particularly when their recipients stood at crucial junctions, where small decisions could create significant divergences. Unlike deliberate divination, which attempted to fix future outcomes through knowledge of them, dream glimpses honored the fundamental uncertainty necessary for genuine choice. Understanding this distinction brought both relief and renewed uncertainty. The future remained unwritten, yet patterns existed that dreams might occasionally reveal, not as fixed destinations, but as landmarks on maps containing many possible routes. Potential existed for the relationship depicted in the Silver Dream, but actualizing it would require continued effort and openness from both participants. No guarantee accompanied the vision, only possibility. The silver orb lingered in his hands a moment longer before rising to join a special constellation near the dome's apex. A collection of particularly luminous dreams that pulsed in synchronized rhythm. These, Atreus somehow knew, were destined for dreamers, whose choices carried unusual consequence for the broader tapestry of existence. Not necessarily kings or generals in conventional hierarchy, but individuals whose decisions would influence numerous others through complex chains of causation, often invisible to ordinary perception. As the orb settled into its place, a subtle shift occurred throughout the nest. The rotating patterns of light slowed perceptibly, and the ambient melodies deepened toward the lower registers of their range. The concentric circles of dreams began gradual migration toward the dome's perimeter, maintaining their organizational structure while preparing for some transition. The column of light representing the Starweaver's presence contracted slightly, its brilliance dimming to a softer glow. Atreus recognized the signals of a transition beginning, night progressing toward its final hours, the time when dreams completed their journeys to waiting minds. Soon the newly crafted visions would depart the nest, traveling along invisible pathways to their designated recipients. This distribution had occurred continuously throughout his visit, but now intensified as the primary purpose of the night's gathering approached fulfillment. The Starweaver's light pulsed once more with gentle communication, Atreus had been welcome, his contribution valued, but the cycle now approached its culmination. Like the dreams themselves, he too would soon need to return to his proper place. This departure represented not rejection, but appropriate conclusion, his participation complete for this particular gathering, though the experience might inform future interactions with the dream realm. "I understand," he said softly, feeling neither disappointment nor regret, only appropriate conclusion. "Thank you for showing me this." The gratitude flowed from genuine appreciation rather than mere politeness, recognition of rare privilege, extended without obligation. In response, the light extended a final tendril, touching not his forehead this time, but the center of his chest. Warmth blossomed beneath his ribs, spreading outward in gentle waves that reached his fingertips and toes before settling into steady glow centered at his heart. This was neither instruction nor communication, but gift, a small portion of dream essence that would remain with him after departure, allowing occasional conscious access to the understanding he had gained within the nest. This essence would not grant supernatural powers or extraordinary abilities, but rather enhance natural capacities already present, deepening intuition, facilitating connection between conscious and unconscious knowledge, occasionally revealing patterns normally hidden by waking perception's necessary selectivity. Like a key that opens particular doors, the gift would provide access to insights typically available only during sleep, though using this access would require discernment and appropriate timing. As this exchange completed, the cloud floor beneath Atreus began to lower him gently toward the opening through which he had entered. His bow rose alongside him, maintaining its position relative to his body without requiring conscious attention. The descent felt like floating on an autumn leaf, spiraling toward Earth. Unhurried, graceful, following natural pattern rather than abrupt transition. As he passed through the circular opening, Atreus caught final glimpses of the nest's interior, the concentric circles of dreams preparing for dispersal, the constellations shifting into farewell configurations, the silver threads weaving new patterns that would shape the coming days' unconscious journeys. These images remained vivid in his mind, even as physical perception transitioned from the nest's extraordinary environment to the more familiar context of the night-clad glade. When his feet touched the grass once more, Atreus found the night significantly advanced. Stars shifted in their courses to indicate several hours had passed. The nest continued its gentle rotation overhead, though its brilliance had softened to match the pre-dawn dimness beginning to suffuse the eastern sky. Its exterior appeared simpler now, as if the most complex aspects of its structure had turned inward during the night's progression, preparing for the day's dormancy, when dream work would continue at reduced intensity. The glade itself had undergone subtle transformation during his absence. Dew gathered on every surface, each droplet containing miniature reflection of the stars above. The rimming stones glowed with gentle phosphorescence that outlined their complex crystalline structures. Small night-blooming flowers had fully opened, their petals radiating patterns that matched certain constellations visible overhead, creating correspondence between terrestrial and celestial geometries. He retrieved his bow from where it lay, exactly as placed upon his arrival. The weapon felt both familiar and somehow new against his palm, as if his perception of even this most common companion had been subtly altered by his experience within the nest. Its wooden surface seemed more obviously alive now, not merely shaped material, but continuation of the tree's essential nature, transformed into new purpose. The string vibrated faintly against his fingers, responding to currents in the air too subtle for ordinary detection. With one final glance upward at the shimmering structure, Atreus began his descent toward camp. The path seemed to generate itself beneath his feet, requiring no conscious navigation despite the darkness. Each step felt perfectly placed, his balance never threatening to falter, even on the steepest portions of the hillside. Stones that might have turned underfoot remained stable. Roots that might have tripped him seemed to soften momentarily upon contact, before returning to normal firmness. This unusual sure-footedness, he realized, resulted from the dream essence gifted by the Star Weaver, a subtle enhancement of his connection to the natural world, temporarily aligning his movements with optimal patterns already existing within the landscape. Not magic in the conventional sense, but a deeper attunement to possibilities, present but typically unrecognized. The gift didn't eliminate physical constraints, but rather revealed most efficient navigation within their boundaries. The silver-barked trees appeared different during his descent, their luminous properties more pronounced than during his upward journey. What had seemed simple reflected moonlight now revealed complex patterns flowing through trunks and branches, currents of energy that responded to his passing with subtle intensification. These patterns resembled the weaving threads of the nest itself, suggesting fundamental connection between apparently separate phenomena. As he walked, Atreus found his thoughts drifting toward the dreams he had witnessed and created. Their beauty and purpose seemed more significant now than the conflicts and quests that typically occupied his waking attention. Though he recognized the necessity of their current journey, he wondered if its ultimate meaning might differ from their initial understanding. Less about specific destinations or accomplishments, and more about transformations occurring within themselves along the way. This perspective shift didn't diminish the importance of their tasks, but rather contextualized them within broader patterns. Perhaps scattering Faye's ashes represented not merely fulfillment of her final request, but catalyst for developments she had foreseen without directly articulating. The challenges they encountered might serve purposes beyond obvious obstacles to overcome, opportunities for growth that couldn't occur under less demanding circumstances. The forest around him had changed as well, or perhaps merely his perception of it. Trees that had seemed ordinary during his ascent now revealed subtle patterns in bark and branch that suggested deliberate growth toward ideal form. Night creatures moved with purpose rather than randomness, their activities forming complementary layers of interaction rather than mere survival behaviors. Even the air itself appeared threaded with currents normally invisible, carrying information and energy between seemingly separate elements of the ecosystem. By the time the camp came into view, faint light had begun filtering through the eastern trees. Kratos remained asleep beside the fire's now cold ashes, his massive form betraying no awareness of his son's absence. Mimir, too, continued his wooden slumber, features peaceful in the growing dawn. Neither showed signs of disturbance or concern, suggesting Atreus' absence had gone completely unnoticed, a fortunate circumstance that eliminated need for explanation that might have proven difficult to articulate. Atreus settled quietly onto his bedroll, laying his bow within easy reach as habit demanded. Though he had been awake throughout the night, he felt neither exhaustion nor the discomfort typically associated with missed sleep. Instead, a profound tranquility permeated his awareness, as if he had experienced rest of a different but equally restorous nature. His body remained fresh, energized by the dream essence still circulating through. Closing his eyes, he discovered his thoughts assuming the fluid quality of dreams, despite his waking state. Images and impressions flowing in natural sequence, without the rigid structure of ordinary consciousness. This pleasant liminality, he somehow knew, represented another gift from the Star Weaver, the ability to rest while remaining partially aware. a skill that would prove valuable in circumstances yet to come. Neither fully asleep nor conventionally awake, this third state offered unique advantages when properly cultivated. As Atreus drifted in this peaceful middle state, he perceived the dreams departing the nest far above, hundreds of glowing orbs dispersing like dandelion seeds carried on invisible currents. Each followed its designated path toward a waiting mind, carrying visions that might offer comfort, insight, warning, or simple beauty to its recipient. Some traveled great distances, crossing realm boundaries with apparent ease, while others descended to nearby sleepers within Vanaheim itself. His own contributions joined this great migration, humble but genuine additions to the ancient process of dream weaving. Though their impact might seem small compared to cosmic conflicts or legendary quests, they carried a different kind of significance: participation in the gentle maintenance of hope and imagination across the realms. In a world increasingly dominated by violence and power, preserving capacity for wonder and renewal represented resistance as valid as any martial opposition. The thought brought unexpected contentment. Perhaps true heroism involved not only confronting obvious threats or accomplishing renowned deeds, but also preserving the quieter magics that sustained life's essential rhythms despite surrounding chaos. His mother had embodied this understanding, her considerable powers often expressed through subtle maintenance rather than dramatic demonstration. Even her final request, the journey that had initiated their current quest, reflected this approach, creating transformations through process rather than imposing them through force. As dawn brightened toward full morning, Atreus felt himself settling into deeper rest, genuine sleep claiming him at last. His final conscious awareness was of something hovering briefly above the camp, a small orb of silver pool light, similar to those in the nest, yet distinct in its particular pattern. It pulsed once in what felt like benediction before continuing on its journey, carrying dreams to minds beyond his knowing. Kratos woke to birdsong and strengthening daylight, his warrior's senses immediately assessing their surroundings for potential threat or advantage. Finding neither, he turned his attention to more immediate concerns, rekindling their fire, preparing morning sustenance, planning the day's continued journey through Vanaheim's complex terrain. His movements displayed calibrated efficiency, each action precisely calibrated to achieve maximum effect with minimal expenditure. When he glanced toward his son's sleeping form, he paused momentarily, struck by the unusual serenity evident in the boy's features. Typically a light sleeper prone to restless movements, Atreus now displayed the profound stillness of perfect rest, his breathing deep and regular beneath the furs. Something about his expression suggested dreams of uncommon quality, not the chaotic mental wanderings of ordinary sleep, but experiences carrying genuine significance. "Let him sleep a while longer," Mimir suggested quietly from his position hanging from Kratos' belt. The head had awakened with his carrier but remained uncharacteristically subdued, as if recognizing something significant in the morning's peaceful atmosphere. "The lad seems to be getting rest of uncommon quality." Kratos nodded once, returning to his preparations with characteristic efficiency but reduced noise. Though he would never have admitted such sentiment aloud, something in his son's expression reminded him of moments from his own distant past, rare instances of uncomplicated peace that stood in stark contrast to the violence and turmoil that had dominated his existence. These moments had grown increasingly rare as his journey progressed, their absence contributing to hardening that had both protected and isolated him from experiences others took for granted. While gathering wood from nearby trees, Kratos noticed unusual patterns in the morning forest, subtle harmonies in bird songs that typically sounded random, geometric precision in spiderwebs that normally appeared haphazard. correspondence between cloud formations overhead and moss patterns on tree trunks. These observations registered not as conscious catalogue, but as vague impression that something had shifted in the environment, or perhaps in his perception of it. As he knelt to build the fire, a brief image flashed through his mind, himself and Atreus standing before a strange doorway, light spilling around their silhouettes as they prepared to step forward together. The vision lasted only moments before dissolving back into ordinary awareness, yet carried emotional weight disproportionate to its duration. Something about it suggested significance beyond mere random mental fluctuation, though its specific meaning remained obscure. While Kratos worked, neither he nor Mimir noticed the faint silver glow that occasionally shimmered around Atreus' closed eyelids. Brief flickers of dream essence manifesting even in daylight, connecting the boy to understanding, normally accessible only in deepest slumber. These momentary illuminations corresponded to particular brainwave patterns associated with heightened integration between conscious and unconscious processes, bridges forming between typically separated aspects of awareness. Nor did they observe the small orb of light that hovered briefly above Kratos himself before dissolving into his unconscious mind. A dream carefully crafted by his son, containing neither prophecy nor instruction, but simply quiet moments of shared purpose, offered without expectation but received nonetheless. This subtle gift would not alter Kratos' fundamental nature or instantly transform long-established patterns, but might occasionally illuminate possibilities previously overlooked, paths potentially available when conditions allowed appropriate reception. In his sleep, Atreus smiled, perceiving without seeing the subtle shift in his father's typically stern expression, a momentary softening that suggested dreams might work their gentle magic even in souls long armored against such influence. Though Kratos would likely never acknowledge such effects consciously, seeds planted in dream soil sometimes produced growth visible only through changed behavior rather than articulated recognition. The morning progressed toward full daylight, sunlight strengthening as it filtered through Vanaheim's dense forests. Though their immediate surroundings remained peaceful, both Kratos and Mimir knew that dangers waited beyond this temporary haven. Challenges that would require full attention and considerable strength to navigate successfully. Yet something about the quality of this particular dawn suggested possibility beyond mere survival or task completion, potential for discoveries that might transcend their initial understanding of their journey's purpose. Above, far beyond conventional sight, the Star Weaver's nest continued its eternal rotation, gathering and distributing dreams across the 9 realms with patient dedication. Though its most intense activities occurred during night hours, continuous work maintained the essential balance between conscious and unconscious awareness necessary for healthy function. Among the countless threads forming its structure, a few now carried patterns influenced by a young boy's brief visit. Small but genuine contributions to the vast tapestry, connecting all dreamers across the boundaries of realm, race, and circumstance. And in the space between sleeping and waking, where imagination bridges conscious intention and unconscious wisdom, new possibilities took root. Not as fixed prophecies demanding fulfillment, but as potential paths awaiting choices yet unmade, dreams yet to be woven, stories yet to unfold beneath the watching stars. No single visit or momentary insight could guarantee particular outcomes, but each created subtle influence that might, under proper circumstances, contribute to transformations beyond current imagining. As Atreus slept on, his dreams now flowing in natural cycles rather than extraordinary vision, something of the night's experience remained active within him, a quiet certainty that connections existed beyond ordinary perception, that seemingly separate journeys formed essential strands within greater pattern, that endings often concealed beginnings waiting to emerge when conventional vision gave way to deeper seeing. This understanding would accompany him through waking life, occasionally illuminating moments when ordinary perception proved insufficient for challenges encountered. Kratos, finishing his morning preparations, glanced once more at his sleeping son. Though he lacked words or conceptual framework for what he observed, something about the boy's presence stirred recognition of truths long buried beneath necessary armor, reminders that strength manifested in multiple forms, that vulnerability sometimes revealed paths inaccessible to force alone, that connection sustained as surely as barriers protected. These insights would not change him overnight, or erase the consequences of his long and violent history, but might occasionally inform choices at crucial junctions, where multiple paths remained genuinely available. And so the dawn completed its transition into day, temporary peace giving way to necessary journey, rest yielding to resumed effort. Yet something of the night's magic lingered in altered perception, in dreams remembered at unexpected moments, in connections glimpsed between apparently separate phenomena. The Starweaver's quiet work continued beneath more dramatic narratives of gods and mortals, weaving together experiences that sustained hope, fostered renewal, preserved wonder in a world increasingly dominated by power and its consequences. For ultimately, as Faye had understood and attempted to convey to both husband and son in her different ways, the seemingly small magics often proved most essential. The quiet workings that maintained capacity for growth and transformation, even in darkest circumstances. Dreams, with their fluid boundaries and creative recombinations, represented not escape from reality, but rather approach to its deeper currents, access to wisdom generally obscured by waking minds' necessary focus on immediate survival. As Atreus finally stirred toward wakefulness, the gift received within the nest continued its subtle influence. Not dramatic power, but deepened connection, enhanced perception, occasional glimpses beyond surface appearance. These qualities would serve him well in challenges yet to come, illuminating possibilities that might otherwise remain concealed by convention or assumption. Not separate from his journey with Kratos, but integral to it, another layer of understanding contributing to their shared path. And somewhere beyond ordinary perception, the silver threads continued their eternal weaving, creating patterns that connected minds and hearts across apparent boundaries, dream by dream, night by night, gradually revealing the fundamental unity underlying apparent separation. This work required no recognition to continue its essential function, yet occasionally revealed itself to those prepared to perceive beyond conventional limitation. In such moments, as Atreus had discovered beneath the northern stars, ordinary existence revealed extraordinary dimensions hidden within its seemingly mundane appearance. Magic not imposed from outside, but revealed from within. Dreams not separate from reality, but essential to its complete manifestation. And so our journey through the realms draws to a close for tonight. May Hypnos, god of sleep, watch over you as you drift through dreams of legendary proportions. If these tales of gods and monsters helped guide you to restful sleep, consider supporting our journey by liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support gives me the strength to continue sharing these stories night after night. Remember, these videos play uninterrupted through the night, with no ads to disturb your slumber, just the soothing sounds of mythic realms to accompany your dreams. For those seeking passage to exclusive content, our Patreon offers early access to all videos and special playlists crafted to enhance your sleep. The link awaits in the description below. Until our next journey together, may your sleep be deep, your dreams be mighty, and your rest be undisturbed by the conflicts of gods and men. Sleep well, brave one.